All right, and it says we are currently live. Oh, brother. It has been a while. But we are back. I'm not sure if necessarily better than ever, but better. Had to take some time to chill, relax, and unwind a little bit. Get a little bit separated from... I should have tested to make sure that this is actually working. The time on this is weird. We're going to see if this works. We're going to see if this works. And if this is the correct project as well. Yep, I believe this is the correct project. My i3 header is not working correctly, so we're going to have to deal with that as well. Yeah, I kind of want to look at actually some of the i3 bar stuff before we jump too much into anything. Yeah, i3 status. I think that's empty though. Yeah. Hey, what's going on? Let me zoom in a little bit because I can't really see screen. Scared out of me when the sound popped in. Oh, my bad, dude. Didn't mean to do that. I'm not sure when because I start streaming on these these two different endpoints, but then YouTube has this UI for beginning live. So I'm not sure if when I hit go live, if it starts including that or if it includes everything before that. Either way, dude, glad to see you, John. And hopefully the rest of the stream does not scare the crap out of you. Also, something I've been thinking about that I haven't done yet is potentially doing some additional EQing. But I haven't checked to see if I have any equalization tools. It seems like I kind of do, but I haven't looked into it yet. Anywho, so yeah, we're gonna just get into it. Actually, I want to fix this header thing first before we get into any Unity development, because I just want to. It's bothering me that this date is just wrong. Or no, it's not wrong. It's actually correct now. Never mind. What am I talking about? It is the 12th. JK. I was having this issue where it was wrong, but I guess we're back to being correct again. So let's go, dude. Also, it's good to see you, Draco. Nice to see you. Good to see you, Draco. Anyways, so today's gonna be a fun day because we got some assets from Terrell. So I want to inspect it and look at it. Pen testing? No, nothing like that. Just simple, good old-fashioned game deving. Gosh, my nieces are playing with my wallet, and now my dollar bills got creased in a weird way. But yeah, so we're gonna be doing some of that. I also want to fix some things here. Actually, I kind of want to try seeing if I can just. I need to figure out how to install. I need to just install Discord. I can't just do the clicky thing because I think ever since I switched to i3, the Debian installer, the .deb thing doesn't quite work the way I want it to, which kind of sucks. But it is what it is. Yeah, because I do like. Yeah, that's not there. I don't know. We'll deal with that later. Anyways, so yeah, actually, I don't know why I closed that. Let's talk about some agendas for today. And it's gonna be kind of mimicking what we did last time, which is looking at some contracted work, and then look at the new work that Terrell's done, and see how it looks in the game level, and then we're gonna go back to just making this UI. This diegetic UI work. So maybe do some rework of the camera stuff. Also figure out why when we go to Garage, for example, this is not populating with data. So that's going to be a whole thing to deal with. I want to get to cybersecurity. What should I do? I have no idea, man. I don't work in cybersecurity. I don't do any of that kind of stuff. Outside of maybe, I don't know, getting some books about cybersecurity, looking into that kind of stuff. There's things like, I know from when I studied, we had like a cybersecurity class I had to take, and there's this, let me find the textbook. 1 second. There's this book that's pretty interesting and might be a good place to look without committing to any kind of degree or anything like that. Computer Security Practices, Principles and Practices. Talks about a bunch of different things, cryptology. Actually, let me see. Let me go through here. Yeah, it talks about hashing and all that kind of stuff. Things that were actually kind of relevant when I got my first back-end development job, or my first and only back-end development job. But yeah, it talks about a bunch of different important things. It's pretty interesting, actually. It goes from theory to some actual code practice stuff, and it's pretty fun. I mean, that's the only resource I'm aware of. I haven't really dived much into cybersecurity beyond that. And then I imagine that you probably for sure want to learn some C and understand how memory works and things like that. I mean, I don't know. Cybersecurity is a very wide field, but I think it's going to behoove you to have, it will behoove you to have some low-level knowledge. Yeah, and it's a very different kind of mindset, right? I mean, it helps. Like, I think it's not mutually exclusive. Like, having good code architecture knowledge is going to help you if, like, let's say you start doing reverse engineering, which has some consequences when it comes to cybersecurity, right? But like I said, that's not my field. I can't really speak too intelligibly about it. I'm just a dude trying to make a game within 3 weeks. That's all we're trying to do. Speaking of which, I would like to, actually no. I would like to download some of the assets I got and actually preview how they look in game, and then kind of just go from there. It's gonna be quite exciting. Let us not dox people beyond this, my friend. So he sent us a few other things. Alright, looks like a few things for... Yeah, and I didn't give it a try that day. So there's this rough draft deviation, so I'm going to download this. Yes, I am aware of what I'm about. And he also sent these individual ones as well as this one, so we're just going to go through them. I should probably B1, H1, and then L1. Okay, these are all numeric stuff. I should be able to just kind of pick it apart from my downloads folder and move it somewhere hopefully more reasonable. What was the last one? B4, H1, H2, and L2. So we're gonna look at these stuff. Gosh, man, I gotta say, I absolutely love Ranger. It makes these kind of tasks super easy. Let's see, or at least we're gonna find out. So I can yoink these. And then we're gonna put them, we're gonna go into projects, we're gonna go into fight and flight, we're gonna do a shell thing, and we're gonna make, I don't know, 3D assets. Actually, we're gonna put this in game though directly, I think. So never mind, we're not gonna do that. We're just gonna actually throw them directly into the repository. And then level 1, and we kind of threw the initial stuff here. Actually, rough draft deliverables. Let's make a second one. We're gonna make a round 2 folder, and we're gonna throw them there. So you have B1, B2, B4. Cool, and then we can start going into our downloads. So we selected those. And then the other one was H1 and 2. Yoink. And then projects. Yeah, and I love that it remembers. It remembers my directories. Makes me very happy. Oh, it just it threw everything there. No. Okay, but that's fine. Okay, let's just start to take a look at these things. And then I also want to, actually no, there's one more thing I wanted to do, don't I? I wanted to go into downloads. We had a zip. What was the zip called? The initial zip he sent. Rough draft. Deliverables. Whipped. Or is that the same? Is that from the first round? Oh, that's from the first round, I think, actually. No, yeah, okay, cool. Cool. Alright, then I'm gonna check this out. Yeah, I think we're good to go. So let me go to over here. Let's go to level 1. And let's go to the actual scene. And let's just start placing assets there and see how everything looks. I don't think it's even called level. I think it's just called level. Yeah, there you go. And then let's just start throwing stuff in there, actually. So round 2. Yoink these bad boys and just throw them into the scene. Okay, beautiful. This already looks so promising. So promising, the different variations we have going on here. So okay, let's hide 2. B4. Okay. B2's up there. B1's up here. Okay. Exciting. There's some assets off here to the side. I'm not sure what those are. But okay, let's go. What do you find more difficult, game dev or full stack? Game dev, I don't know. They have a whole propensity of different. They're also difficult for different reasons. Thank you, Trevor. Hey, Morgan. Good to see you. It's been a while. How's it going? It's going good, man. To your liking? Yes, so far it works good. It works adequately for me, so that's fine. I mean, probably have to do... Like, this is good for the testing, but once we start getting into environmental themes, we're going to have a specific thing to differentiate them. But let's see here. Okay, so you have more stuff down here. Nice. I wonder how much of these details are going to be picked up. We're going to just see, though. So let me disable these for right now. And instead we're going to start using the new set and just see how everything fits. And then I might have to adjust the scale a little bit. So the Z... yeah, we're going to position them with the same Z's. In fact, I'm just going to copy these components and just position and just apply it to all of them. Paste, positions, and then we can just slide them off one another and just view how they feel. B4. Yeah. I will say, because I think having the highs be so for the next iteration, I will say I would like to have the transition be its own separate piece. That way, if I want to loop or repeat to high variants, we can just kind of stack them together repeatedly, and then when I want to transition back to a low relief area, I can just spawn in the transition one. Because right now having the transitions baked into the high version kind of limits its usage. But I think that's a relatively simple thing to do. I know I know we have to do UI stuff today, but I kind of want to start working on this shader for making the UV wrapping for this, because I have an idea for how to do UV wrapping for this in a triplanar-esque way, but instead of using world space coordinates or object space coordinates to do the triplanar mapping, we're instead going to do like this cylindrical coordinate space. And I think that should work fine. And I think it should be pretty cool, actually. I mean, in theory, I haven't worked... Like, in my mind, the math seems like it should intuitively work out, but I actually haven't proved it yet. Whoopsie, the player's kind of inside this. This kind of feels very This game is kind of taking this weird Katamari-esque turn to it. I'm not against it either. I think it's pretty sick. But it's just a direction I wouldn't have expected, but I think it's just kind of naturally emerging. It almost makes me want to change the art style from being pixel arty to illustrated, to just embrace that Katamari-esque feeling. But I don't know. I still like pixel art a lot. It's my favorite. I enjoys it. Okay, here we go. Alright, let's see here. Now we have the player here, and yeah, because we move the player, the play space expands to compensate. So this actually looks very different, but it's actually kind of sick. I mean, it's cool to know that my dynamic radius thing actually responds correctly. So it's good that the playfield is dynamic like that. But it just means that things are really spread apart now. So like, all the hazards are just, yeah, spaced out pretty dang far from each other. I'm so distracted by the play space being different that I'm not even paying attention to the background. Okay, let's play. But yeah, I'm actually really liking this background. I was like worried that maybe some of this is gonna, like some of the details is gonna disappear. That some of the details is gonna disappear because it appeared too small, but this actually works pretty well for the scale. Like, this is actually pretty freaking sick. Like, yeah, we're gonna have to do some, I'm gonna have to do some, probably some optimizations, but that's fine. To deal with, like, and it's not even that much topology. There's not much that big of a vertex count. Like, I think most modern phones should be able to support this. Even without my... Yeah, honestly, I'm probably not even going to do the occlusion culling thing. Or maybe I should. But yeah, this is pretty sick already. Yeah, I'm probably going to do it. I'm probably going to do it anyways. Yeah, I'm actually really happy with this so far. I think what we can do to sell even more the illusion of multiple spaces, because there's some places that feel a little more sparse, but I think that might be addressed by just adding textures that also have like fields or something in it. But yeah, I think I might send you some photo references. The billboard right there. Yeah, I love this. Like, I want more of this kind of density. This is sick. Hear this. Yeah, let's cause the computer to struggle, and then we'll optimize to account for that. Oh man. What's going on? But yeah, man, let's go. I'm not sure why the vertical stream's being odd today. It's showing like this weird error about keyframe frequency for encoding. I'm not sure what the issue is. Oh well. What's going on here? Okay, we're just gonna mute stuff for a while. And I'm probably gonna mute the category for like a few hours or 1 hour. What's up, Rina Tosans? Glad to have you here. But yeah, so far I'm very happy with this so far. And then let me also take a look at these to see if yeah, I need to think about how this is gonna look like in terms of our because there's a material here. Yeah, no, this is okay. So there is something about this. I should have caught this in the first round too. Actually, let me check the prefab directly because I think I should be able to adjust it there. Yeah, so here, materials. Yeah, I'm not sure why this is not showing. Usually, when you have a if you export an FBX from Blender and there's like multiple things baked in there, you have different material shelves for each prefab. So like if you have like these objects that are repeating but you know what kind of material there is, you can add in Blender a specific material for it. And that way when you add individual materials for objects, then like I can go into the prefab and go to the materials tab, and then it should show like the material shelf. So it'll be like, for example here, right? Even though there's like, let's say like 20 of these buildings that exist, they're all gonna be using the same material likely. So you just have this one general material shelf in the prefab, and you can assign that, and it would, and by assigning it in here, I think it would apply it to all of them. There's pros and cons to this though, because it's nice to be able to just slot the materials and then have it be applied to everything. On the other hand though, maybe you want to have variety for each individual object, so having it be actually separated as a per object thing is actually preferable. But yeah, this is cool though. I'm digging this so far. I think we just might need a little. Actually, you know what? Let's also zoom this down a little bit. I moved the object. I moved the player position around a bit, which is gonna change some of the gameplay feel. But if I were to move this back and instead do the inverse of like just zooming these guys down a little bit, just a little bit. I mean, it should still have the same kind of similar effect, but let's see here. Oh my goodness, I need to do something with the whole health. Yeah, the radius feels humongous. I would have to modify the shader for the playboard to be more to better work with this scale. Also, this is not responding to lighting as well because it's still trying to use Unity's light stuff. So let's see how it is to mass. Hopefully it's not crazy to mass apply material changes. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about this a little bit before I make a hard call on how I want things to be ordered. Also, like, Terrell, how much long did this take you? This seems like quite a bit of work, even for a test thing. Okay, let's see. We're gonna use Cozy Surface instead. So now it should be subject to. No, I said Cozy Surface. Wow, it's not obeying me. Let's see here. Okay, now everything should be subject to lighting now. Sometime, unless my... What's up, SS Edime? What's up, Draco? It's good to see you on the other stream. What type of RAM do you have? Mostly just curious because of the RAM situation going on. I have no idea. I legit do not have an idea of what I got going on. I'd have to pull up the receipts to find out. One sec. One second. Yeah, because I am curious about that, but I don't think something like HTOP's not going to tell me what type of memory I have going on here. Or maybe it does. Let me actually look at it. Let's see. No, it doesn't say anything about that. Let's Google. Let us Google. No, this belongs in this tab. Okay. One second. I'm pretty sure, I forgot where I have things. Whatever, I'm just gonna open up Firefox. See RAM type. Or is that not a thing? RAM specifications. Just gonna execute some random stuff I found online. Let's see if this works. Sudo. And then I'm gonna have to type in my password. One second, guys. Let me just let's try not doxing ourselves once more. So we're just gonna turn everything off. Oh, one second. One second. Does this display do the thing? One second. It's just all dark. Sorry guys, one second. We're just going Bravo, just going dark. Going dark. Bravo going dark. Hopefully. Okay, cool. Now we're back. You even took away the background image. What's up, Sir Harsh? Hoping to increase to 30 script. So what does it say? Before I catch up in chat. Okay. GDR4. GDR4. I think we're just rocking all GDR4s. Bing chilling. Now we know. Now we know. It's kind of cool seeing how the light works with this. It legit just does feel like we're going from night to day. It really does feel like that. Night side and then daytime side. Hoping to increase 32 gigabyte of RAM from 16 as memory has started to become an issue due to high usage. Yeah, that happens. I mean, I'm not sure what you're doing either, but I know for me, like I quickly start, even just using Writer quickly starts eating stuff up very easily. Yeah, an argument out of range exception. Very cool. Okay, but this is so far pretty sick. And then, of course, we have these things. I'm not sure why they're not responding correctly. Maybe it's a normal thing. I'm not sure why this one worked fine, but those are not cooperating as much. Oh, because the light source isn't going with them. I see now. Ooh, I kind of want to calculate the light baking in a different way. Like maybe I'll have it be baked in per segment. I don't know. There's some way something you can do with this. Or maybe I'll just turn off cache shadows for now, and then I'll deal with how I want to handle the shadow map later. This is cool though. I'm actually very pleased with what we have so far here. Let me open up my sprite stuff. But given the personal project, consider the minimal budget constraints. Nah, man. Whatever work this costs you, it costs you, man, and you know we'll work around it. Okay, here's the main camera. A lighting system. Game test. So where is this the? This is the directional light, which is also angled a little bit, which is kind of odd around the y-axis. Not sure why that's the case. And I'm gonna increase this size a little bit. I think I'm gonna do 256 or something, just to see like the full breadth of everything. Or maybe just go crazy. Let's make this 512. Let's go crazy, dude. And then we can do, yeah, we can keep this texture resolution or whatever. Doesn't quite matter as much. Interesting. Oh, so what's up, Fun Time? Good to see you here. What's up, Amy Rose fan? I'm doing good. Did you change your profile pic? Or maybe are you another Amy Rose fan? Okay. I honestly want to have the character sprite be bigger on the screen as well. That's a whole separate thing. So the low variant, it's not as much detail going on there, but maybe it's fine. Because part of the assumption is that, hey, you're going to be going kind of fast. I'm not sure how I'm not hitting anything. That was actually kind of crazy. I think I need to up the collision box. We need to figure out like a nice play radius for the player. that visibly looks good. Maybe play around with the camera angle a little bit as well. But so far I'm digging this, dude. What's up, T Money? Love the setup. How are you like it? I'm digging it. I've been working on this for a long time. It's nice. It's a nice way to break away from between like day job work versus this. Yeah, I change it. Yeah, I'm digging it, dude. Match my username more, definitely. Yeah, it's definitely much more poppier too, much more vibrant. Okay, this is pretty sick though. I'm very liking this. I'm gonna do some more. We're gonna have to do some more. I just want to complete. We're gonna complete the loop first. We're gonna complete the loop, and then we're gonna start making this extra nice. Yeah, let's go back to the shop though. So, as you may recall, we have a whole duplicate variance without ramp, apply material type. Yeah, I'm gonna get back to you and give you some more specific concrete actions for the next iteration. Where's Xcali draw? Oh, you're there. You're supposed to be here. There we go. There's my Xcali draw. Yeah, we're still trying to close up the game loop. That seems to be a struggle for me. Where I know I have the game loop somewhere here. Are you there? No, that's something else. There, nope. Yeah, I guess this, like the game loop between the garage and the levels. I'm trying to fix this. We just want to get the shop and garage working because that's like the main, big, important component here. An ability to like consume currency in exchange for items and in exchange, and also having the ability to actually swap out different components of your machine. It's kind of a big thing. That's kind of important. So we're gonna keep working on this today and hopefully get it wrapped up. And then once we do that, we can start working on more fun game stuff. Fun game things. Is this DWM? I know WM means window manager. I'm using i3. What's up, Darshini? Welcome aboard. But yeah, so we have this bug that just feels wrong. Feels like I should be right. That it should be right, and it's not. Which is that when we enter the garage. So like we have this cool. This is not the level. We're supposed to be going to the is it home or is it garage? What did I call it? Okay, I think this is the correct one. Yeah, this is the correct one. So when you go from here, yeah, like you have this diegetic level where you have like the basement where you're seeing the garage and it has your bike and you can customize it. And then, I mean, we're gonna change the camera angle, but for right now, that's how it works. And then you click on garage, it's gonna bring you to your computer terminal, and it's supposed to display the current setup you have right now, which is like the current bike we have, the default setup, right? So even in this starting place, which is displaying your hole, I know for a fact there should be something present there. So there should be a name for it and some descriptions and an icon, just something, right? But we're not getting that. And if it was due to it not having fields in it, that'd be one issue. But we're not getting any null reference exceptions, which is odd for me, which is very odd. So, and then we're getting this some other thing where if we press the engine, for example, we get this argument out of bounds exception. So let's just figure out what exactly is going wrong in our script here in shop view and why it is what it is that when we click on whole, we get this bad boy. On build UI as well, which is odd. Like, let's trace it down. There's only one usage of it here. It happens here when categories change, and then we call categories change on what? On click. As we iterate through the header buttons, and we cast them to E item category, which is a value from 0, 1, 2, 3. And this is saying that it's a value outside of that range. It's none of these. It's not. Okay, so this is a little odd. We can either breakpoint it and just inspect what value we're getting, or just like debug log it and just see what's going on. And let's also just make sure that we have things working correctly here. Like, we have the appropriate buttons for the headers, yeah. In the correct order, whole, engine, brake, chips, yeah. We have our up arrow, down arrow, select arrow, yes sirree. Do we have, I feel like we need to have more asset views than just this. Yeah, we do. We have the view here for item name, icons, descriptions here. All things that are relevant. Yes, yes, yes. Precisely what I have in mind. And something else I'm curious about. Well, we'll do this in a second. Let's just do invalid operation exception. Actually, this exception should provide. No, it's for paran name. No. I want to. Okay, let's type better today. We're gonna say bad value of, and then we're gonna just put that value in, which is what? Current open tab. As an integer, which I think should be fine. And now that I mention it, yeah, we set current open tab to the category, which we assign here. And this is iterating through the headers. Headers on click is observable, subscribe, category change, and then recasting this integer value into this enum. So, okay, this seems reasonable to me. Why am I wrong? Let's find out. What's up, Andan gang? Andon, how you doing? Can you imagine though if someone got a picture of Looney Tune with Shrek's username? That's hilarious. Wait, like they had a Looney Tunes profile picture with a Shrek username? That'd be a little perplexing. But we see perplexing things a lot, don't we? Also, what's up, Tickling Pins? That's a funny name. Now, what's going on, Thierno Amma? Okay, I'm gonna stop right there. That was the best you got for me. So what part of the internet is, what part of that is the internet? Like this stream or just what we're doing? The things we're doing is not really on the internet. But this is like the vintage side. Okay. And bad value of 4. Interesting. So we click on engine. And it's saying, hey, here's a value of 4. That is like very weird. Like if I click on here, is it all 4? What is going on? Why are they all values of 4? Wait, what is going on here? Wait, is it because I didn't declare as, I mean, that would be weird. Oh, that would be okay. If that fixes things, some of my fundamental understanding of how this works in C# is kind of wrong, and I haven't realized until now. Like, if I did var, like, is it boxing it? Like, that would be the only way for me to rationalize that being the fix. Like, it's getting boxed, and then the value that they're referencing is the last value of the iteration, which is 4. Which, if that's the case, oh my goodness, that's weird. And I'm surprised I haven't encountered that before. Okay, we go to the garage, and then we press engine. Okay, no. So, okay, my reality is not broken yet, I guess. That being said, I do not trust this. So we're gonna, in case of boxing, we're gonna unbox. I mean, it's kind of redundant, I know, but I just, for my own peace of mind, we're gonna do this. We're just gonna do this. Just need to do it this way. Maybe it's not even, maybe my understanding's not correct, but I feel like that's probably what's going on. Hello, what's up, coding tips? Vector wants him to find the computer room. On your botnet? Oh my goodness. Yeah, none of that stuff, Doc. We're not none of that stuff. I'm not nearly as cool as you may think. Okay, so I was right. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's exactly what, like, I guess either it's a boxing thing, or it's a something with closures. But yeah, that fixed the bug. At least fixed one bug. Now we're getting some other stuff, but I think it might be due to scriptables, which is easily fixed. In fact, why not just do that right now? Let's just go into our stuff. To multiple. No, I don't. So wow, that's the first time. If that's working the way I think about it, that's probably the first time that boxing has been really relevant to anything I've done. I mean, it's kind of always relevant in the background, but it's the first time I had to actually deal with that directly. What's up, Justin Guy Payne? I'm glad you dig the setup, man. He's got a CD player. It's awesome. Yeah, I have the CD player right here. I should actually bust out and play some Christmas music because it feels accurate, and I always dig some Christmas music, but you haven't done it. Game dev tricks, master of illusion. Yep, all we do is illusion tricks, and occasionally we have to actually understand what's going on under the hood a little bit. I'm actually seriously curious now if that's the reason, or if it's because I think it is the reason. I think that's actually legitimately what. Okay, so I'm talking about boxing and unboxing, right? Actually, is anyone actually curious about this? Because it's like it has it's like some consequence, but it's not something you're probably going to run into very often, maybe. But I don't know. It's a C# specific thing. Not C# specific thing. Boxing and unboxing's a kind of universal thing, but it just came up here specifically. The index variable? What do you mean? Could you do less than equals count in the for loop and get rid of? I mean, that's not going to get rid of the index variable, though. And either way, I need the index variable for what I'm doing in that loop. But yeah, the thing has nothing to do with the iteration, and it's everything to do with how C# manages memory. Okay, so Frankie, time to use magic numbers. Magic numbers. Okay, let me go into the parts thing. Byte configs, resources, and then we're gonna actually make this stuff so it's not null, so that if it displays correctly. These might be like redundant, but we'll just deal with that. For right now, we're just gonna use these placeholder sprites, and I'll make actual appropriate icons for everything later. I just want to not have to deal with an NRE, because that's gonna be just from an NRE that emerges from this is just from something wrong. It's just from like missing assets, and it has nothing to do with anything beyond that. I want to verify that my view logic is correct. That's the only thing that is of interest right now. And then I'm also realizing, now that I look at this, that the name and descriptions are not included in this. Like, we have this scriptable object that's inheriting from this baseline FNF scriptable object, which in turn is inheriting from my CC scriptable object, which was originally from Crimson Crown, but I guess I'm repurposing it for Cozy Cabin. Because that just works out. Yeah, and then we have this void for this like abstraction for scene rendering, but we're not using a custom UI for this yet, so this is not being used, which is bad. So now I have to make like a custom editor for this stuff so that it can render properly, because right now we're missing some important fields and attributes like the GUID that's going to be generated and whatnot. So we're just going to do that, I think, before we get into anything else. I just want to investigate here, because I feel like my yeah, I feel like this should be part of this somewhere. Maybe it's part of utilities. Yeah, scriptable items. But the editor folder is not included here, is it? Gosh, I'm gonna have to actually go into the Crimson Crown library to access that, but no, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna just go into here and make an editor file, and then make a custom inspector and just call that. Hopefully that just works. Or I might have to do something. There's something weird, like you have to make sure that it cascades as well to the children objects as well. Yeah. So we have to do create. This is not even editor, like this, or utility. That should be in a different folder, but for Unity inspector stuff, you have to do this. CC scriptable. UI. Let me catch up in chat real quick. Because those engines are not meant for anything that I'm doing large. Yeah, engines have different pros and cons to them, and for the type of things we're doing, those engines are not going to achieve what I want. One day, though, I will be able to be free and break free, but we're not going to talk about that, because I feel like every single stream I end up talking about that. About how it's going to be free. on draw. I forgot how you do this. I probably have to look it up. Or actually, maybe I should just go to my code base. Or actually, better yet, it's gonna take a while to clone. Actually, I kind of wanted to clone my Crimson Crown game to this machine, but that might take a little bit of time, if I'm gonna be honest with you. But I kind of want to. This 1,000-yard stare. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. I fantasize about the day I get to return back to the sea land and just working on this perfect sea, man. I just want to break free, man. But alas, we're here. Okay, we're just gonna have to Google, I think, which is fine. How to make custom editor. Unity. No, not. Wait. They're saying ImGUI, but are they using ImGUI actually? Or just saying that because their custom editor is a immediate mode inspector. Yeah, here we go. That's the thing. Yeah, and I have the correct. What's the on inspector GUI? That's the function I was looking for. So I was right with this on inspector GUI, and then we have to define which type we're going to be working with, which is a custom editor for type of CC scriptable items. And I think there's another parameter as well to be like this editor for child classes. Yup, perfect. And then I think there's like a I usually call it source or something. That might be up hiding something. It would be what, target, I think. Or no, I cast this to scriptable item, and it'd be. Is it so? Actually, 1 second. Let's just change this to T. Is it called source? Or is it target object maybe? Or maybe just target. Yeah, it's target, okay. Okay, cool. So we have this, and then instead of doing this base thing, we're gonna do. I forgot what's the base class function I have here. Item information UI. There we go. So we just render this, and then pass this, and give it a ref to what? What does this need a ref to? And why did I design it like this? ID edit mode. What? Wait, what? Okay, there's. What? I might need to reference my code base because I don't know why I need this. Okay, it says build the UI for setting general information, include the UI setting for general. That doesn't help me. Why past me did I have this ref to this EID edit mode variable instead of just getting it? Or maybe I couldn't? What variables exist in... What? I'm fuddled. We have this enum defined here. Where are you used? Show all usages. I think I should... Do I need to configure or reconfigure my... Okay, so it's used... Well, that's just the definition. No, this is not what I'm looking for. Phew. I'm looking for show usages of, find usages of. Yes, thank you. And it has the wrong shortcut, because of course it does. Okay. That's for the parameter. That's in the actual logic. I want to see something defined with this variable. Okay, I guess we're not going to do that. Instead, I think we're just going to have... I think if we're going to trust my intuition, I'm guessing we need to define one here. And then have it be here, because I'm guessing the reason I do that is because scriptable objects, the data is like generally meant to be serialized, right? So having data that's meant to be temporary only for session level stuff, like, hey, what mode of editing the UI are you currently in, is not actually very ideal. So we instead move that data to be stored within the editor, which is why it passes this ref there. That's probably why I did it the way I did it. I'm guessing that's why we did that. So let's just go back here. And now, having done this, let's see if this is the way I expect it to be in the bikes. Bike configs. So let's go to the parts and see if they... Okay, perfect. I mean, there's a duplicate here, so that's not ideal. I think I can get rid of this. And then we can just refresh or re-import. And let me catch up in chat real quick. My bad. I got a little focus there. What kind of product are you working on? I'm making a game right now. Yeah, a game dev 3-week project. Yep. Which Unity version to use, as it gives many errors to me and won't even start on my laptop. I mean, most versions of Unity should generally be fine on most hardware. I think you should just try looking at an LTS version. That's like the long time, like the most stable version, or the most stable release of each particular version of Unity. So you can go to Unity's archive and you'll find an LTS for every different year, which should be the one with the least amount of bugs. Try one of those out. See how they work for you. Okay, cool. So now we have our header, so we can attach a name to this. So it's like, I don't know, the Rapture Hole or something. And then it has like some flavor text of like, hey, this does stuff, dude. And then we have to generate UIDs, so generate them, confirm. Gosh, I love this custom UI I made for myself. I thought I over-engineered it for Crimson Crown, but this just is actually so nice. And it allows me to kind of just easily just have this unique identifier for every single object. And then if like something happens with like saving, or like one gets bugged out, I can easily modify it. Gosh, man. What's like a name for like a starter? Like how would starter things be branded? I don't know. Starter engine. Oh, this breaks. Okay, cool. So this actually now is behaving the way I expect it to. I'm not gonna lie, this makes me super duper happy, man. Having my custom... It's super simple, but it's like, it's just something extra that's like, alright, this is structured the way I want it to now. Well, yes indeed. We do meet again. And I will not say the name. Dex loves games. Disjoined. What's custom? Just the inspector UI. Like the whole thing for generating GUIDs. Okay, does this work? If I click on this, yes! Now the UI actually works. Instead of producing bugs and errors. Beautiful. Yeah, just this. Without this, you just get, let's do this. This is how just the general view of, the general view for, scriptable objects. Okay, let's wait for it to re-import the script. I have to actually re-import a script, don't I? Yeah, reload domain. Yes. So I go here, you just see this basic thing. It's just fine, and then string fields and stuff is not that crazy. The cool thing is just the GUID editor, and it's very minor. It's not even that fancy of a thing. But I have this little editor script to just make editing GUIDs easy. So I can go into here, and now you have this whole header thing that actually shows you the description and names, and it shows the identifier, and it's not like easily modifiable. And then if you click to modify, it's like, hey, dude, modifying UIDs are probably going to be weird because you can break save file data that way. So do it if you must, but like just do the thing, and then you can easily generate a new ID if you want to, and then confirm it. It's very cool. I think it's very nice. Little things like that, just little things, go a long way. What's the best software for new devs? Out of curiosity, I have no idea, honestly. There's so many new things that are cool, and I guess like your interest is gonna really define stuff. I think if you're like a new dev, you're probably gonna be working on a 2D game. That you should just do a 2D game, because like just jumping to 3D is kind of a whole thing. And if we're going based off of that, any engine can really do 2D stuff. Maybe Unreal would be overkill for that. It would be like so much things there. But yeah, Godot is fine. Unity's fine. GameMaker's fine. GameMaker's like very good for 2D specifically. So you can get your hands on dirty in there, but at the same time, I feel like it abstracts things a little too much. It's like the trade-off. It's like it's actually convenient because everything is built into it. Your art editing tool, your coding tool, an IDE, and then the actual engine for managing stuff. It's all baked into one thing, which is cool. But on the other hand, it's like, oh, but then now you're extra separated and tied to this thing. But yeah, I mean, most things will be fine, honestly. I think just getting in there and getting working on a project is important, or is key. Okay, so we have this working, and now today can be a fun day. Today can be the fun day where we do something fun, which is like make a custom shader for displaying the curve of the acceleration profile. Because for the engine, I believe the engine has its acceleration profile, which is kind of important, I think. And we want to have some kind of visual of that. So I kind of want to just try translating that directly to a shader, to a fragment shader. Just do the thing. On the other hand, I'm like, do I though? We kind of need to do some other stuff. Like, for example, it's cool that we can display the icon and the name, but we should probably have a way of describing the description, or generating a description for this, because descriptions might be different for different categories. I also want to hide this,
because this is gonna be the box that actually displays the curves, but like that's only applicable for the engine, really. Actually, not really, just is fundamentally. So there's some diverging behavior that has to happen based off of this. So we have the build types, we have hull and engine, and then based off of the type there's some additional things we should do. Yeah, update display. Yeah, current open tab. Okay, so that's where things happen. So for example, if we're in the engine tab, we'd want to have, I don't know, what did I call this? Where are the view assets? Graph, it's just called graph. So here, graph, be true, otherwise in every other scenario we want to turn that off, and that's relatively simple. We want to set things as well, like the name. We're setting the texture and the name, which is good. We also want to set some other things like the description, which I'm still thinking about. If I want to do flavor text, or if I want to actually just give like numerical values there, or maybe a combination of both, like have a description plus a numeric value display. I don't know. What's up, Diva? You could have pictures at different angles of the 3D assets and put them in as 2D. So beginner devs doing 2D games should stick with 2D assets like sprites rather than 3D models. I mean, it depends on your engine. If you're doing like just 2D logic, then it's probably fine. Static 3D stuff is fine. I don't know, like I can't be too prescriptive about it. All I know is that, like, hey, dealing with angles in a 2D context is way easier than dealing it within the 3D context. And you know, maybe that's not the thing you want to wrestle with in the beginning. I think a simple thing is just, hey, here's an object, here's an end goal, make an obstacle in between you and that, and then like that's the game. Like something even simple like that is gonna make you, it's gonna force you to start just crossing some critical boundaries. Like, okay, even for something simple like that, we have to figure out how to take input. We have to figure out how to move an object around. Oh, if the object hits us, it has to put us back to the start position. So now we have to figure out, okay, now we have to deal with collision detection. That's a thing. And then even more depending on what else you want to do with it. If you want to juice it, you're probably going to have to learn about animation system and whatever chosen tool you're working with. And GameMaker is pretty simple. You have your sprite index or sprite. I think it's like sprite index. I forgot what it was. It's like sprite. You can name the sprite asset and then do some stuff with that. And you're probably gonna have to figure out like user animation curve thing, and then learn how to call animations from that. Godot is probably something very simple to that, or similar to that too. But even like something as simple as that is gonna force you to learn some critical things about making games. And then that's a building block for you to build some other ideas you may have. But yeah, that's what kind of comes to my mind, at least. Let's try this out. Let's try this out. Come on, brother. Compile. There we go. The most performative setup. Okay. Well, that's been coming up a lot. Or not a lot, but somewhat regularly. I mean, what's the performative? Okay. Dog, like, this is a stream, man. I mean, I use this in my personal time too, so it's not really performative, but like, even if I'm like hauling the CRT out to use it, like, what's the deal? Like, I'm still doing work, I'm still getting stuff done. I don't quite understand. Yeah, it does perform well. It does perform well. And yep, our descriptions are working. The curve pops up. Well, I mean, not the curve, but this pops up here, and then nothing for the chips, which is fine. That's actually expected because we don't have any chips currently. We will eventually. Okay, but our categories are working. Cool. Okay. And now we just have to have a thing for like iterating and selecting in different objects. We also have to indicate the different state as well. So like if this is bot, if it's equipped, unequipped, and if it's equipped. That's like the three things you have to deal with. So we have to actually figure out how to communicate that as well. I'm also gonna mess around with the camera angle to see like maybe, just maybe, you may want to have this angle be a little bit different maybe, because I would like to have the shop be over a little bit like this. Let's see how that looks. Small things matter. Yep. Okay, garage. Okay, there we go. We have full views. And then we have to think about... I'm thinking about where we want to place this stuff, this UI options. Like if you want to have... Because I want this to be next to the point of context. Like maybe have the state be here, where we have some UI for... Oh, so we have to have this update display on start initially, so that's a thing we need to do. But yeah, so that way we can have like the state of... In fact, you know what? We're gonna indulge a little bit today. We're gonna do a little indulgence, shall we? We're gonna go to Aseprite. We're gonna do some pixel art, just a little bit. We're gonna do like a... I don't know what kind of resolution yet I want to work on, but... We can do a 32 by 32 thing, or maybe a height like 16. And we can have our three states of by. So there's like unequipped, there's bot, and then there's... Let me go here. So I think the shop system should have... Yeah, shop data should have... This information exists somewhere. Parts registry. Item state. Yeah, so locked, available for sale, purchased. Okay, so there's actually more states than I initially... Well, actually, no, because locked is like a potential... Okay, there's more states. There's locked, there's available for sale, there's purchased, and this deviates because there's purchased and unequipped and purchased and equipped. So there's like 1, 2, 3, 4 states actually that it can exist. So, and we have to differentiate between those. So even within our shop view, when we get to this point of display update display, I need to figure out how I want to figure that out. I mean, it's relatively simple, honestly, because then we just have the current setup and we can see what is currently part of the current setup and which items are not a part of it. And that should be pretty good. Thank you, Georgie. I'm glad you dig the setup, man. If one of my RAM sticks is loose, do I need to take
take out and reseat them both, or just press down on them both and reseat the loose one? I mean, you can try pressing down. I wouldn't ask me about any of this stuff. I'm actually not great at hardware or knowledgeable about it, but usually I would just try pressing it in to see if it clicks, and if it doesn't, I just power down, pull it out, and try it again. I'm using Rider, and I'm using Vim Motions to do stuff, and then sometimes I switch to Vim Terminal to do stuff, but for right now, just doing some Vim. So we have current item, and then we have its item itself. I think we have another. Yeah, we have state, and that's the enum. Okay, perfect. Goodness, I'm so used to using the split key that when I go back to this one, it kind of takes a while for me to adjust back to. You see, like I'm just flubbing right now. No Johns though. We don't do Johns here. No excuses. So we have this, and then we're just gonna have the thing here where is in use. And I think if we have access to the, I guess we could just always get the application. Instance current vehicle. And then find. Ooh, I'm gonna have to do a dirty, like the gross thing of just iterating between these to see if the item state GUID matches any of them. It's gonna have to be something like that. My goodness, I don't like that. I'm not a fan of that. Yeah, because we have the different categories of. I mean, I could always just add it. You know what I could do? And I was talking about this recently too. I could just implement an operator overload for this. I could just do that. I could do. What do I want to return? Do I want to return? There's an underlying thing for this. Yeah, I think it's like CC scriptable, I think. Or FNF scriptable item, and then make it be operator, bracket operator, and then it's going to take in like int A or something. I think that's how you do the I'm pretty, or maybe do I have to do an A here? I forgot how you do operator overloading for this, for bracket types. I was pretty sure you can just do like this though. Or does it need to be generic? Is that the thing? That feels dumb though, to have that restriction. Okay, Google time. C# overload bracket operator. Okay, Stack Overflow, my beloved. My beloved. Show me how one does this. You can find how to do it here in short. Public object. What? Oh, what? Wait, so first of all, they actually, so it's actually quite different. So it's like backed by like wait, what? So it uses like
It's treated like a property instead of an operator. Interesting. I'm over here trying to treat it like the equality operator as far as assignment goes, but no, this is a little different. Also, this is going to be a getter only thing. So we're only going to allow getting operations, and it's going to do what? I mean, it's going to just hide the gross thing that I have in mind, which is codify the enum values for these for the order we have defined in the shop, because we're already doing that everywhere. Why not just be ultra weird about things and just say, yeah, that's how we're gonna do things from now on. Maybe I should just yeah, I want to use the enum though. Can I cast directly within here? Item category, and then I can just do this, and then everything's gonna be ordered the way I expect it to be, and then we can just return the appropriate item for that. You can probably do this in a reflective way, like do some reflective programming. I think I did it like that in Crimson Crown, but no, we're not gonna make this just be a collection and index directly to it. We're just gonna do this for right now. We're just gonna be gross. Yeah, honestly, I could just make this like a collection and then have make this a collection and then change these to be like properties that access the specific index from there. Like if you really wanted to go that route, we could just do that. And then just add a setter to this accessor. That feels so extra for no reason though. Then again, this is kind of extra for no reason, but whatever. This is not professional coding time. This is just fun coding time with me. We can do weird stuff like this and have it be fine. So now we can just do current, and then we can do the bracket operator, and then do current open tab, cast to an integer, and then we can just do this. If this equals to what? Is equal to the current item category. Yeah, current. I'm sorry, did I not have? Yeah, item state, but okay, I guess we have to just do item state. I'm catching up in chat right now, guys. My bad for okay, I'm sorry, what? Oh, just current item. Which is kind of a misnomer. We'll change that later. In use, and then we're gonna have differing behaviors for displaying stuff based off of whether or not it's part of the vehicle or if it's not. And that should be fine. Okay, so we have our different states here. We have our locked, available for sale, purchased, and if it is purchased, we have to display if it's part of the vehicle and we want to allow selection or not. Okay, very cool. Let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. My bad. Nice monitor. Thank you, Ari. I'm glad you dig it. And then what's going on? I know I am. I'm sorry. Husa Lore. You said I know I am. And without context, that just made me think of Tropic Thunder, where Robert Downey Jr. is like, I know who I am. I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude. Yeah, it's C#. We're not doing. We don't have the luxury, the fun of size T here. Is Writer worth it? I know there's a free version, but what if you did want to make something that's for the purpose of selling? I think Writer's pretty. I enjoy it. It's very nice and convenient and offers a lot of things that are very easy, and the debugger is very nice, and You know, I can't go back to Visual Studio after using Rider.
It's I enjoy it quite a lot. Pretty cool that you use your keyboard for almost everything. It's what I can only dream to do, but I don't have the patience to learn all the shortcuts.
Well, the beauty is you can make your own shortcuts. You can define it. I mean, actually, no. I mean, you can with Vim, but Vim, no matter what, you're gonna have to figure out something. It's something different than what you're used to. So there's a learning curve for Vim. But once you learn Vim, you can apply it to everything, like even for window tabbing and stuff like that in i3.
Overload is my street name, John Connor. Are you a fan of loud keyboards? I guess I am. I know I am. Yeah, let's go. Loud keyboard gang. What are you doing, man? I'm working on some UI for a game right now. And I'm just gonna have a means of displaying different behavior based off of whether or not you've purchased an item and all that jazz. And I'm gonna have to do I'm gonna make some sprite art right now just to have something to visually indicate what you can currently do, and then because if you're on an item that's currently, like for example, this item is currently in use, then it should show an option to be like, hey, this is already in use. You can't press this button and have something happen. You're already using it. So, but if it wasn't used, like you scroll down and found an object or item that wasn't, or a hole that wasn't being used by your current configuration, it should show, hey, you can use it. And if you switch to something that, if you select something that's not currently purchased, but you can purchase it, it should show a button to be like, hey, purchase instead. Or not show a button, but show like an indicator to do that. And it should be contextual in all these different ways. So, yeah, that's what we're doing right now. And that's kind of why we did this. I mean, not the why, but the original point that spawned this whole operator overloading business and all that. Which, by the way, let's just actually add the areas for what these are doing. No purchase. Which means that when you press the select button, nothing should happen. So we need to also have some kind of way of communicating that state to it as well. And then, or no equipped. Yes, equip. And then these other things are going to be different variations on no equip. Buy. No buy. This is a speculative state too. I haven't thought of anything to have locked, but maybe we will do something like that. All right. So, speculative stuff aside, we are going to start making some basic thing just to kind of indicate the different states. So we have like, I don't know, something basic like locked. We're not going to make it pretty, it's fine. I'm a very aesthetic guy, but we're going to hold ourselves back until we decide what we want to make this visually. Until we get functionality good. I think that's the way we're going to do things. Locked, and then what? Because there's some basic stuff I need to figure out, like, okay, what if it's like available for purchase? How do you want to visually distinguish that? Okay. Oh my goodness. Come on. Okay. We're just gonna do
bee. A decrepit bee. For bye. Alright, so it's locked. Bye. Oh, brother. And then we're gonna do... Okay, you can equip. It's burning my eyes a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. I'm just gonna equipped and then unequipped. And then this could be like, maybe this should be just green for. Okay, maybe not as. This is fine. We'll make it better later. We're gonna make it better later. Okay, we're just gonna. Bear with me. We could do pixel art good. Okay, we could do. I can do that. Right now, this is the idea. Just hold in here, guys. Just hold in for a second. Presentation comes later. That's a dessert. That's how I get to treat myself. We'll deal with that later. No equip, or just just no. Just no. That feels appropriate. Okay, and let's save this as shop, scene, home. I guess we're using home as like the center for where all this stuff is gonna be. Is there resources here? Oh, it's supposed to be, but we're not gonna do that. Okay, we're just gonna go home to the home. And we're just gonna do item indicator. That's not great. Item action indicator .png, and it's gonna add a prefix, I believe, for each one. Yeah. Then we go back to here. Load for a second. Where's your test function in Aseprite? You got one of those. Oh, there's a text function. I could not be bothered to use the text function. You know, honestly, it would have been faster to just use a text function, but you know what? It's all right. We already sent it. We spent extra effort to be worse. It's okay. We've done the thing already. The deed has been done. Dirty deeds are done the dirt or cheap. Okay. And then we apply this. It should be fine. And then we'll just add some particular naming just to be more contextual. And then, yeah, I'm thinking about eventual presentation. Once we get the logic and functionality working, I am thinking about what kind of presentation do you want to have for all this stuff, right? And something that's been coming to mind is there's a YouTube channel called Posse, or Posey, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. But it's super high quality stuff. It doesn't use any stock footage at all. And he had a thing on VFD displays. And we can just do the general pixel art looking thing, but there's something about VFD displays that feels particularly like cool to me. So I'm thinking of once we eventually do designs, we're gonna make it be something like this, where the text is gonna look like a dot matrix display. Let's just really dive into this look, because it's distinct from just a CRT, Actually, it's not a CRT, first of all. It's a completely different mechanism of displaying text and stuff. Which means I can get weird with how how we display stuff. Like maybe maybe this does not have to be a continuous display as if it were a CRT, but rather we can make this be like different VDF or VFD, I forgot which one it is, segments within a console of some sort, like a hi-fi console. I think that'd just be super sick. And maybe the things that are textual like can be like CRTs, like maybe for this icon or something, but not everything. I don't know. That's why I'm gonna save that for later. We just need to have something here present just to verify that functionality works and that we figure out everything that needs to be part of a display. Once we understand everything that needs to exist within the UI, then we can start crafting this bespoke artisanal UI for it. So we're gonna have this action thing here. It's gonna be a width of, let's say, 200, because that seems to be the thing that we're working with here. And then within our class for our shop view, I would most certainly like to have, I may throw this into resources and load it directly like that, because I usually like loading directly through resources in code as opposed to manually assigning references. But I think here this is permissible and maybe even ideal. So we'll do a public. Do I want to do another list and have an enum lookup? No, we're not going to. Or maybe I actually just do that. Maybe we just do the thing. Oh my goodness. I just like doing that so much. It just feels more intuitive in terms of code. In action. Actually, no. Do I want to call it action? Yeah, I do. And then, no, because we're already having to go through the case statements anyway, so we're gonna have to manually do some of this. Anywho, so this is just a non-issue. I don't know why I'm caring so much about it. And we also have to have a reference to the indicator as well. So on top of what we have here, keep action indicator, and then indicator textures. Indicator feels super verbose, but we'll live with that for now. Let me catch up in chat real quick. Terrell's throwing a table. I want my fonts crunch and anti-alias now. I want my fonts aliased really hard, actually. It's Unity. Yeah. What's going on, Zero? I made it to Cozy. Yeah, welcome here. I mean, it's been a while, too. What is going on? We're just doing some Mastercraft. We're just doing some Vue logic implementation right now. Is this window manager distro called? So I'm just using Ubuntu and i3. That's all there is to it. Heck, if you want my config too, I have it on my. I think I have it on my. Yeah, it's on my Codeberg, the Cozy Cabin Games Codeberg. Repository publicly. On my second short, let's go, dude! Congratulations. Oh man. So we have these here. I think having the list would be helpful if I were actually trying to do. Like, it would be helpful if I was trying to do this. If we were doing action indicator main texture equals, and then we do action indicators, and then we index into it, and then do state to an int. Or actually, how do you set main image? You can't assign a main text because it only has a getter property. So do you have to assign through the material? Oh, maybe you get material and then assign a main texture from that. Maybe that's how that works. But yeah, this would work fine if I did this, and actually that might be fine. Let me check to make sure I'm doing that correctly though. Is that how you do stuff? As far as texture, icon texture, okay. Okay, this works now, cool. So we have this texture here. So that would work fine, and then when we get to this case scenario, we can explicitly assign stuff. Like if it's in use, I mean, we can just manually be like, hey, because I believe that's case 3. If it's in the, let me go here. Yeah, if you want to equipped. Oh, so that's actually case 4, and then this would be case 3. Pretty sure that's how that works. We're gonna find out now. I'm pretty sure that's how it's gonna work, and then we have to just re-import this. And life should just be good. What's up, Kayaks? Hi, I'm new here. Love your setup. Thank you, man. I'm glad you dig the vibe. Yeah, we're just here to chill, relax, get some game deving done, and hopefully show the process. Yeah, it's a Model M, man. Nice catching that. Yeah, it's an IBM Model M from 1985. It's classic. Classic. R100 plus. Let's go, dude. I'm happy. I mean, honestly, it's kind of... Shorts are conflicting for me. I think shorts are like... or a blight on society. Like short form content in general, right, is a blight on society and is a detriment to everyone. On the other hand, though, it's like, hey, this has already been accepted, and there's good that could be like there's good quality things that can be done on shorts. Not that I've done that, but yeah. But congratulations to you, though. That's a personal hang up for me. I'm not gonna apply that I don't know, conundrum to you. And to game development, you just start, man. You just kind of start. You just start Googling. Also, didn't realize that went out for a little bit. Yeah, I feel like for any game development, you just kind of start. Like, you decide you want to make a game, and you start Googling, and you either start making something happen or you don't. Yeah, that's kind of the gist of it. I started Googling, I started C++, but then that was like not... It was good because I kind of learned some basic fundamentals of programming, but then I switched from that to GameMaker. Because that was much more, it was much more immediate to have something visible on screen and manipulate it. And once you do that, once you have something on screen that is yours, that you created and is moving and doing stuff, it's like, okay, cool, I'm addicted now. I am hooked. You got me. Then you start thinking about possibilities, like, hey, if I can make a cube work around, can I make a sprite? Oh, and if I made a sprite, what if I like animate it? Ooh, and then what if I start making it like change animations? And so on and so far, your idea starts just getting crazier and crazier and crazier. And then, you start having something that looks cool and feels cool. Levels. I need to resurrect one of my old laptops to get some data from there. So I want to take a look at old games I worked on. Because I wish I learned about Git way sooner. because a lot of my projects would have still been alive, and I can just go back and check them out. What am I doing? Alright, we're going to the home folder. I said we're going to the home folder. We're going to the home folder. There's a home folder that exists somewhere here. I know it to be true. I'm not crazy. Did I move it into graphics? Why is it in graphics? When did that happen? No, you're supposed to be a root folder, dog. Get out of here. There you go. There you go. Trying to make me think I'm crazy. I'm not. Okay, lock is first. And then purchase is the second option. And then the next option should be, hey, you want to equip it? And then after that, it's, hey, you want to unequip it? And then we need to have the action indicators there. And let's see, I need to add things. I need to add more objects to test this out properly. So let's go to the byte configs and actually spawn a few new items. So we have a, I'm just gonna duplicate this. I'm gonna duplicate a couple of them. That's for the brakes, though. No, I want to do this with a hull. Delete. Yes, I don't care. I have source control for a reason. I'm a big boy. Hull. Okay. And then we're going to do some different stuff here. One's going to be locked. Mysterious. And we're going to generate a new GUID. Confirm. Guess I don't need to do that, but whatever. And that's fine. And then we're just gonna go into the registry and just start just polluting it with all these holes that we've just newly created, and see how the UI adapts to them. Did it do the thing? Kind of, but not this one. There you go. Let's see here. That's awesome. I'm kind of new and not new to programming. New in the sense that I just started making things fully on my own, unlike before when I used to rely on answers from people. Let's go, dude. Yeah, honestly, the process of discovery is so fun. Hey. And look at the thing shows up as locked. Let's go. So our UI is actually updating correctly with the appropriate options. Beautiful. Nice. Oh yeah, dude, this is coming together. This is coming together. I'm so happy, actually. In fact, let me just commit this changes before I even get any further. In fact, why am I doing that? Let's cd. Projects. cd fight. cds. Actually, I don't have to go more than that. Commit. Fixed. Some shop logic and new assets, because the trails work, which again, thank you. I'm very excited to get that stuff integrated into the levels and see more versions of it. And then we're gonna get push Berg master. Yeah, because we don't believe in good Git practices here. We just push everything onto the master branch. Yeah, no, the process of discovery is super fun.
Why is Linux used by so many programmers, and how is it better than Windows? I mean, that's a loaded question. But there's so much that's better about it than Windows, especially modern Windows. How's it optimized? Yeah, because like Windows is like has so many different things going on out the box, especially nowadays. There's so much junk. Like a simple example, I have a laptop, and with Windows 11, it was having this consistent issue of just getting super duper hot, and it's a gaming laptop, but even like just idling and not doing anything, like just having text processing stuff open, it would get really hot. And just switching from that to Catchy OS, now my PC temps are just super chill, like super mild, man. Like it went from like 114 to like 50, and I was like, all right, that's kind of nuts. That's insane. That like just mild Windows idling had you at 114 degrees, but now here on this you're like 60. Like that's. I mean, Linux is not the best either. It's not perfect because like there's more and more processes in different operating versions that are running in the background, like Ubuntu or something. But it's still miles better. So that's like one. The second thing is you have way more control over it. So like I can't have a Windows tiling manager on Windows 11, but I can have that here, so I can navigate every single part of my operating system without having to use a mouse. And like, not only do that, but organize it in different ways. If I want to move stuff here, I can do that. If I want to consolidate it, if I want to have it be done where it's like, hey, maybe you want to have things be tabbed instead, and that's how you navigate your windows. Like Windows does not give you that freedom to do this kind of thing, to have your peak productivity, which is like, it's annoying, man. Like the peak dev workflow I want to have is just achievable here. Hey Kieran, what's going on? You came in right during my little Windows sucks ideological, not even ideological, but that's just like the reasons why I don't like Windows 11 or just Windows in general nowadays. Yo, I'm at 200 plus views in all shorts. Let's go, Zero. I'm glad to hear that, man. Just the temperature are better, yeah. Well, temperatures are a side effect of processing, right? Like the more things your computer is doing, the harder your temp's gonna be. Yeah, spyware as well, like AI being thrown into everything and having ads thrown in your operating system and having services shoved down your throat as well that you're not going to use is just yeah. And it's not to say Linux is perfect, because like even like Ubuntu, what I'm using right now, Oracle, or not Oracle, I forgot what they're called, the company that does this, they have their own telemetry stuff and even some potential spyware things for just the out-the-box version of Ubuntu you use, but even that is way more milder than the best Windows. I mean, at the best, you can like gut Windows 11, I think, a lot, but still, it's just night and day. Okay, so we have this working now. Beautiful. And now we have to start having some actions happen when you press the button. Like when you have this button here, and it's actually another thing too. We have a default vehicle. We have some default parts. So we want these default parts to be something that you should have out the box. And I think when it comes to the shop data, we don't do that. Like when we initialize, we load the registry, we iterate through the registry, we add them here. State is item locked. Yeah. But we don't check to see if, and we iterate through each category. Yes, we don't check to see if any of them are default, and instead have it be set to
unlocked and or equipped. So that's something we need to do. Though the equipped thing, or so have them show up as purchased. Yeah, I need to deal with that in some way. 1 second.
Yeah, Windows do suck, but you can do tiling manager stuff as well, but you would need like 30.
Well, and then practically you can't do tiling, like, cause like for example, right, for work, I can't do that because it's like, all right, if you want to have that behavior, you have to download some software that's gonna modify some stuff, and like, are you gonna trust like how do you have that conversation like, hey, I need to install this, I need to download this sketchy thing from this other website to make the thing I want to have happen. Like I found, because I was looking into this to try to do it, and it was like, hey, you have to like here's this scuffed GitHub project that's been abandoned for a while now, and you know, I think may have changed hands, but I'm not sure what's being added onto it after that transition. It's like, all right, cool, I'm gonna have to make this work. And on top of that, it's like, hey, some things you actually have to like modify the kernel. Or not the kernel. You have to modify some core system DL stuff for Windows to make it happen, because a lot of front end things got bundled into that probably shouldn't. So now it's like this whole weird thing. What are you building? I'm working on some UI right now. I'm working on some UI stuff. I'll show you the game in a second though. I'm just figuring out how I want to handle this shop default object thing. Yeah, to personalize Windows. Yeah. Like I've done some stuff with it too. Like there's Windows fields and nice custom folder stuff. But the more spicy your changes, the wilder it becomes. Also, kayaks. In case you're missing the context. I'm streaming to a vertical layout on YouTube as well. So there's chat from that I'm responding to. Oh, what's going on? What's going on, Drumglum? Okay, whatever. I'm sorry, dude. I just turned around right now to say hi. Jeez, man. All right. Anyways. Okay, so we have some stuff going on here. So. I want to make sure that there's, or maybe I could just have like something in the registry to be like, hey, this is to mark some items as like the default ones. What's in the cup? Just water. It's good old-fashioned water. I'm not sure you can see it very well, but it's just water. Cozy, do you think I should make a fight sim to learn Java and be productive? I mean, first of all, you said Java and productive in the same sentence. No, I'm messing. A fight sim? Like, what kind of fight sim are we talking about? Like, what scale of fight sim are we describing here? Like, are you talking about MMA? Or are you talking about, like, hey, here's my army and here's your army and you're gonna fight? Or do you have in mind something like Torbash? I don't think anyone here knows what this game is. But there's this game where you have to manually control every single joint. Like, you're given a single frame, and then you control what each joint is going to do within that frame of movement, and then you execute, and then it does that movement, and it either does what you expect it to, or it doesn't. And that's like the fun of it. Let me see if I can find gameplay. Let me see if I can find it here. I just want to see some. Yeah, so like you have this character that's posed, and then like you can choose, and it simulates what happens in the next frame. and that's how you fight each other. It's pretty gnarly. Honestly, now that I think about it, this kind of gameplay, it feels like the predecessor of your only move is Hustle, where you're just kind of planning out each move specifically. Either way, there's a lot of options here. Yeah, Quap. Like Flight. Oh, Flight Sim. That's a very different thing. That's a very, very different thing. Also, sorry for the eye blast there. Yeah, Flight Sims is a very different thing. Very, very different. That sounds cool. I think that'll be a great project, man. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just like, hey, if that interests you, then you're going to learn something from that, and it's going to be good. Fight Sim inside of Flight. I want to have a game where it's a flight sim, but then in the back there's a Torabash fight sim happening in context. Like every single frame, the pilot has to decide what they're gonna do, and then they also have to you're structuring the combat and the flight in the same heartbeat. And I still haven't figured out how I want to go with this. We have the parts registry here. Maybe I don't know. Maybe we just do. How do I want to go about this? I almost feel like just going to the parts registry and being like, hey, we're going to add another category of items here beyond just these. And it's going to be like default parts. There's parts you have off the cuff, or what? Yeah, because the other option is maybe just adding a field to the scriptable object, but I feel there's some weird stuff that might emerge from that, I think. So I think it might be easier just to have a default parts thing and then check against that list to be like, hey, is any of these part of the defaults? And if it is, we just shop data. It's gonna be like this list. It's gonna be like this ternary operator within a ternary operator. Which is odd item, because we're gonna have like this item state thing and then default. But there's like this override where it's gonna be like, hey, we're gonna have this here. We have that here, and then we have, what else do we have? And we're gonna have this other thing. We're like, now this ternary operator is going to change. It's going to be like, hey, if item equals, or actually if, because we have the registry here, contains, or defaults, dot contains, and then we have the item. So if it's contained, then we're going to set it to be purchased. Otherwise, we're going to use the default option. And that's how we do stuff here. This is all really repetitive. People dog on Uncle Bob, but you know what? Maybe this is the time where we say don't repeat yourself and just dry this up a little bit. Because this is what? States. Yeah, a new item state, which is going to be, it's using the abstraction we have here, so we could just very well make something here for that. Especially since now it's like, okay, there's more significant logic, non-trivial logic being added to this. So maybe we just do the thing of like, hey, add item. Maybe just do like, let's figure out what our input APIs are going to be. This function, we need to have some item. So we're going to make this item be f and f. Scriptable item. And states. Yeah, that works. And now this should be simplified down to add item. I'll change the name probably later, but yeah, it simplifies down to that. So all this now simply becomes this. Nope, wrong thing. There we go. So significantly more simplified. Maybe change the name later. I don't know. I think it just gets the jump done. Maybe I could do the thing of like, hey, should I just have these be separate, one unified category instead? But it's okay. This is not the end of the world to have some repetition here. I just wanted to consolidate this because this is actually logic that should be applied to everything uniformly, so I just don't want to deal with that. Let me catch up real quick in chat. That's literally a Mission Impossible fight scene as a video game. Yeah, honestly, Cornelius. IntelliSense. Nah, we just IntelliFeel. We IntelliAsk, we IntelliThink, and then once we finish IntelliThinking, we IntelliType onto our keyboard, into our IntelliKeyboard, and then we make an IntelliCode that gets compiled into an IntelliProgram. Also, it's good to see you, TST. Good to see you, man. I know nothing about planes. I know a little bit. I've been looking into planes a bit for this game because I'm like, all right, we're kind of for this game. We're just doing some kind of weird abstraction, right? But I'm like, not abstraction, some weird simulation has nothing to do with planes or car engines or anything. But I was like, okay, but like there is a thing where like if you look at car engines, they have performance profiles, right? Where there's like a graph for RPM and you see how torque changes and how horsepower changes across different gear ratios and that's cool because you see each car has a different like quality to it. And it's kind of due to a bunch of different factors, but it's like due to the engine and all this kind of stuff. And I was like, all right, but planes are kind of, how do planes work, right? And it's like, oh, there's just this whole thing where it's like, there's just, it's like, gosh, man, how do we, it's like this whole thing where like there's different types of engine, right? Like for car engines, they're kind of very similar, where in general there are 4 strokes, where your engine's going through 4 discrete cycles of like intake, compression, explode, and then exhaust, right? And there's some flavor of that's going on, or in other words, what was it? Suck, squeeze, bang, blow. That's another way of describing this 4-stroke engine cycle, right? And that's just for a single piston, and then you have these different configurations that are built upon this idea, right? But it's kind of all built off of that. But with planes, it's kind of interesting because there's like this whole history and like different varieties. I mean, and this is not including other things like even Wankel engines have like something like that. But like planes, there's like different categories of it. Or like there's some planes that used to use car engines, or not car engines, but like the same 4-stroke stuff. And it's usually your propeller engines that did that kind of thing, right? But then you started having like jet engines, and jet engines have their own different variety, where jet engines have the only thing to like the one I'm aware of is like there's like a fan jets, where these force things happen, but not as discrete cycles, but instead happens continuously, and like even then there's like distinctions between a high bypass and low bypass. Jet engines that indicates like how much air gets to pass through, right? So it's like for like high bypass, it's like you have your commercial airline planes, which have these humongous engines, and like 80% of the air actually doesn't even go through this whole intake, compression, explode, exhaust cycle, right? But then you have like the military stuff where it's like, okay, it's a very small engines, and instead I forgot what it was. It's like a 2-to-1 or 2.5-to-1 ratio, where it's like most of the stuff is being consumed, and it's a whole thing. But anyways, I was like looking at this to see like how does performance profiles change across all this stuff, and it's this whole world, dude. It's pretty nuts, and it's like neglecting some other. I think there's 2 other categories beyond, or 3 other categories beyond this, but it's pretty sick, dude. No, I'm good, dude. I'm good, Zero. Not cause I like figuring this stuff out on my own. Pull up. I'm bored. See you see a dude. Man, why do you say that, Massacre? You're so rude in streams. I don't know why, man. It's all good though. Turboprop is just a prop, but better. Gotcha. Turbine jets. You should do afterburners. Yeah, I've been thinking about that. I need to learn more about afterburners, because I think I kind of get the idea, but I also kind of don't. But it's cool, and I'd like to try that out. What's up, Julian? How are you doing today? I'm back. You remember me? I'm sorry, Julian. I believe, did you ask that last time as well? Either way, welcome back. It's glad to have you. What game is this going to be? I'll show you the game right now. After a little side, I'd like to it seems so cool, and I need to learn more. I want to learn more, but I feel like I need to get I need to sim this out a little bit too. Is this an error here? Are we having compile errors? No, we're not. My mom was a top logistics manager for Lockheed Martin, and man, that isn't even half the type of aircraft they have available. Yeah, I imagine. Like, this is just me scraping the surface, and it's like, even this little amount is just mind-boggling to me. But I forgot to actually set the properties within the registry, didn't I? Yeah, I did. But yeah, it's like, oh my goodness, there's so much cool things here, and I want to better understand this space, because I feel like, we could play around with parameters and stuff, but I think taking into account real world things could potentially just add this extra cool dimension to this game. But I don't know. At the same time, the focus of this game is very narrow, so actually, there's a weird thing where it's like there's probably not that much variety we can add that isn't just linear, hey, this is better, just objectively better than this in every single way. Which is like kind of a thing. Okay, and it shows it's equipped, and then we go down, it's locked. Yeah. And now the starter hole is shown as equipped, and then we can do different behavior based off of that. Beautiful. Splendid even. Splendid. Honestly, wonderful.
What's up, Game Assassin? Good to see you, man.
Yeah, I just work on the UI right now, getting it going on and trying to make things, trying to complete this game loop circle, which I think we're super close to just having the loop, be a circle. And I think once we get that, we're going to start doing some actual fun things like presentation and then tweaking the gameplay to actually make it fun. Because right now the gameplay is, I mean, it's cool, but it's like nothing really going on. Add item. So yeah, there's a lot of fun things to do. We're just trying to eat our vegetables before we get to have the dessert. Where is the thing we're doing here? So we need to start adding the actions. That's what we're doing. So CC scriptable item. Yeah, it's the object pulling stuff. We're going to shop view. And now we're going to have this new thing. I think we need to have this yet another enum. Just to capture this, because we have like this a value state that kind of exceeds the original enum. Or maybe I could just extend the enum and be like, hey, but this value is never going to be used or should never be used as part of a state for items and in the shop, and should only exist for view stuff. But that feels sketchy. But yeah, this specific case where it's like, hey, they either introduce a new enum with like almost complete coverage overlap with the other enum and just deal with that, or I don't know. I'll figure it out. Either way. Or maybe I can reinforce this later, like I can just extend this. Do I want to extend it really? Do I actually want to? I don't want to extend that. I think we'll have a view specific thing. Yeah, we'll just call this like, maybe contextual to this as well. So it's gonna be like one for locked, which is like do nothing. One for purchase. We also have to have a thing where it's like, hey, you don't have enough money. So you can try purchasing, but it's not going to do anything. And there's one for equipped. And honestly, if you purchase it, we also have to have this idea of like, hey, you purchase. Maybe do you want to do it? Maybe we don't. My PC case is open because I just like allowing it to breathe. But I just had a thing where it's like, hey, the electronics is powered on and working, and I just kind of threw my feet in there for a second. That could have been bad, maybe. I don't know how dangerous that is, but we're living. It's all good. Unequipped. Yeah, maybe I should cover that back up. We'll see.
For anything in aviation, for example, to even touch the controls of a turboprop plane, you need to get an instructor. Not all that. Makes sense. Oh yeah, no, the task thing. No, I don't. That command should not be used for this. That's for Riven done. I should change it to be contextual commands. Make 3 bikes: freestyle, full control, slow speed, all around balance.
Yeah, it's probably gonna take some shape like that, and maybe some variants. There's ideas like maybe even having different classes, but I don't want to make that too complicated. I think we might just end up having this whole like, hey, you can just upgrade, and maybe we incentivize using the old stuff or the weaker stuff for like specific like unlocks. Maybe like, hey, this part only gets dropped if you use this particular setup on a level.
Sure, don't forget the hull isn't used as much. Front fuel stage is more correct, but hull is fine.
Yeah, I mean this is also like a thing where, hey, even though we're using some aviation stuff, this game isn't actually really like the bikes themselves are more. Maybe hull isn't. I should probably call it body or something. But there's gonna be a good amount of different varieties for the body specifically. Even if it's just for cosmetic purposes.
What do you mean put a colon after a class?
I mean, I might do it out of habit, but it's not necessary. And at least in C#, it's not necessary. And then we're gonna have some state information here. And then we're going to do different behaviors when we do moved on selection made. Cool. And if it's locked, selecting is not going to let you do anything. It's purchased. Wherever it shows the option to purchase, we're gonna do I have anything in the shop? Like, do I even have, are we not gonna do, we have access to the shop data, so we're not gonna communicate through a message bus. We're gonna just directly do stuff, I think, in there. Yeah, data. Do we have a thing to do purchases? No, we don't. So we should probably make this happen now. There's like new functionality that's required of us. Or maybe we could do like a try purchase thing. Try purchase, and then like the particular item you have in mind. And then we can do the business logic here, or we see if we can even make the purchase, and that's gonna be a false, and then all that. We have what, current balance, and then we have to get the item price. So yeah, actually, I think it should just be in there. So item price is greater than the current balance. Return false, because we cannot move forward with that purchase. Otherwise, what do we do from here? I'm not gonna lie to you, I forgot how we do state stuff here. Wait, states has an indexer because it's what? What kind of data is this? It's a list of item states, okay. Maybe we should cache the index so we can just directly access stuff in here. What are you holding? I'm making a shop UI right now. And I think we're adding the ability to actually select things and purchase things. C# is super similar. I'm trying to learn C# by building a board game in Godot. That's pretty sick, Soda. I'm glad to hear you doing some stuff with that. Yeah, board games are particularly there's something to them, man. That is board games is something that requires like pure game design chops. Like I feel like in a board game you can't hide. Like I feel like in games you can hide. Not really, but it's easy to kind of mask bad design with like flashy visuals or sound or presentation and whatnot. But board games is one of those things where it's like, hey, this either lives or die based off of the foundations of its design. Yeah, I'm using Writer. Yeah, it's a C# Java. I mean, kind of, but also C# has a lot more cool stuff. I mean, Java's probably has more recent changes. They're trying to modernize it in a lot of different ways, but there's still C# is really. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. You hate to see when Microsoft does something actually good, and C# is like unfortunately one of those things that's just like it's actually just really well done. But yeah, at least for the very general stuff though, syntactically looks very similar to Java. JavaScript. So what am I doing here? We're doing the purchase thing, right? And then what are we doing? We have this state create function. We have this like idea of an object with state. You have this nested structure called state. We have the current balance. It's a struct type, so it's a value thing, which means that it's a value type, which means that if I want to change state, it's not like I can mutate it. I can mutate the box things, and that should be fine. But that's not going to work. Maybe I should just make it a. Why did I make it struct? Oh, because I think I wanted to pass. I think that's what I wanted. I wanted to pass this value. I wanted to pass this value to view things, but prevent them from mutating the actual core data. And it was meant to be like a read-only type thing. Oh, brother. So maybe we have these functions here. We can keep it like a view-only thing. And then we have like static functions that produces like a new instance of this. I mean, it's kind of stupid because I'm like, I know what this is. And this feels like extra complexity for no reason. At the same time, I'm like, I've never tried this. So I kind of want to just try exploring this data structure and this, not structure, but just this type of organization and just see, hey, does this suck? Probably. But we don't know until we try it, right? Unless we do. And there's an individual item state thing too, so it's like, oh, okay. There's actually more to going on this than I would have recognized. Recognize. Okay. And you're going to return another version of the state given a current. Not gonna lie, this is feeling kind of dumb. What software do you prefer for your 3D modeling design of assets? For Unity for mod, I guess you can use Pro Builder and stuff like that. I just use Blender. That's just what I know. That's what I work with. Also, what's up, Fun Mix Time? How's the game going? It's going better than my PC shipment. Was supposed to come Wednesday, but still waiting for it. That sucks, dude. Well, Hopefully, I guess it's the holiday rush thing. Hopefully it comes in, man. Comes in soon and in peace. One Piece. The One Piece is real. What is that setup? It's just, do I have the command here? CRT. I think I have another command for system. Let's see if it works. Nightbot, don't fail me. There we go, Nightbot. Since it's a transit yesterday. Gotcha. That's exciting. I always love waiting for packages to arrive. That's always fun. Even canonical touching the mouse, I see. Yeah, no mouse. Too late to notice, but I see is today's main mod. Yeah, let's go, buddy. Hey, he's chilling, man. I mean, the mod, we don't really, it's not like there's a chat room and a timesheet schedule. It's nothing like that. They, Terrell or Morgan or Sasha, they just kind of pop in whenever they have some free time, and they volunteer their time and efforts to just hear me yap while answering some questions for me, which is highly appreciated, always. Highly appreciated. And you guys have far more patience than I do. Keyboard, that's a command. Yeah, there you go, you got it. With a monkey wretch. No, you're good. Is chaining states like that thread safe? I mean, this is not being used in a multi-threaded application, so I think it should be fine. I think this is just dumb complexity for no reason. I think maybe I just say, hey, we're gonna make this a class. What we do is we just say, hey, we can make this a class, so we centralize state, and you can modify it directly, and what we just do is maybe have all this stuff be read-only properties. Like, change it to be properties that are just getters, and maybe private setters. And then since this is like a class that's like, I guess in C++ terms, friendly with this one, I believe this should be able to access. No, actually, no, it's not. This is the inner state struct class, and this is the outer one. So, okay, that's a little different. Then yeah, maybe I just say screw it. I'm the only person developing this. I know what I'm about, and we just make this publicly accessible and just hope the view doesn't modify state directly at any given point. I'm used to seeing Morgan, but I really appreciate all of you. Yeah, Def. Yeah, I think Morgan popped in a little bit earlier today too. For a short while. Trick questions. Are class data structures or functions? That's kind of odd. Like, the classes contain functions, right? Now, if they're data structures, like, classes are the building blocks for data structures, right? Is that even how I want to describe that? No. Can go anywhere. Yeah, they can exist. I mean, you don't have that, well, in C#, it's a bit more odd, because like, even things that are just purely, actually, can I just do this? Can I just pretend like I'm back in C land and just do like, hey, do thing, and have it be valid syntax? No. Yeah, so like in C# land, you have to have like some public even if you're gonna just have isolated data that doesn't mutate global state, you still have to have like a public static class to contain that static function and stuff, which is kind of whack, but it is what it is, I suppose. Hola, what's up, Jocelyn? Good to see you, Jocelyn. Unless you're another Jocelyn. They're like blueprints for object compilation. No, that's what they are in Java. I guess so here's like a job interview question, or I guess, yeah. So what's the distinction between a struct and a class in C#? Can you guys tell me what the distinction between a class and a struct in C# is? Just in a namespace? I mean, we can try it, but I don't think so. Space a, and then we make public, not public, it's void it. Nope. Nope. I don't think you can just make a namespace. What's going on, unintellectual? Unintellectual, this is sick. Thank you, man. I'm glad you dig it. Start screen with the garage and all that. Yeah, so yeah, let me show you that. Let me show you the garage scene with that. We're just gonna throw. I love this. Throw new, not implemented exception, just to make all the compile errors go away, except for this one. We can just comment it out. And in fact, we can just do this. Yeah, there's so much I want to do, man, as far as presentation is concerned, but I'm trying to force myself. I'm stuck in C. I'm really bad at OOP. Well, like, here's the thing, right? Like, OOP is like this dogma, and it's not even the best dogma, but like the industry is using it. Has been using it since forever. So you just have to learn it, and then once you learn it, you unlearn it. Like, that's why I'm craving to go back to C. I loved working in C. I just want to get this game out, and I think I'm just gonna be like, hey, you know what? No, I'm not gonna make it any. I'm gonna remake all my previous games in C in my own engine again. That's just what we're gonna do. We're just gonna do that. It's gonna be a good time. We say, hey, we're just gonna start iterating on this engine idea, and then maybe start working towards remaking some of the games. Cause I actually, yeah. Did you finish the start? Yeah, I'm gonna show you right now. So we have the main menu thing, and then you have like the garage, and it goes to this view, and then now we can actually see the items here, and you can actually scroll through the different options. So there's some that are locked, some that you can buy, and then some that you have equipped already, like the starter. And then we're gonna do a shader to do the hermetic curve at some point, and then you can go back and play the game, and now you're in the level, and you can actually start playing, and we're seeing Terrell's beautiful assets he crafted for us, and just because we're testing to see how it looks visually in game before we commit to anything else, and it's looking pretty sick so far. I think I kind of want to just zoom it up and make it big, just because it looks cool up close. I like that sense of scale, but I'm really not fond of it. And not fond of what, the OP or C? I'm the OG. Let's go, Jocelyn. I asked because I'm not sure if it's the same profile picture or not. I could have sworn it was different, but maybe I'm just seeing things. Tips for learning different code languages. I'm pretty good at a couple, but whenever I'm learning a new one, I mess up the syntaxes. I mean, that's just what happens. Like, there's no, like, even when I switch it back from like Rust to C to like C# or something, like, there's always gonna be some syntax weirdness that comes up, because that's just how it is. But I'm really not fond of it. Oh yeah, OP, it sucks. But I mean, like, once you get it, you're gonna see how, like, you can still, like, it's I don't know. I think it's easier for me because maybe not easier, but I started with drinking the Kool-Aid of OOP, and then I started loving procedural and C. But I'm not sure how it is to go the opposite direction. Outside of like just working on a project extendedly and in a project where OOP principles and solid principles are enforced kind of rigidly. No, I'm not 92. From Java, unfortunately. Yep, it is different. I mean, I don't know C#. I assume it's kind of like an interface in Java. No. So we're talking. You did that. Cube Vault. Was that to the question about structs versus classes in C#? I mean, I'm not sure how. I'm assuming interfaces behave the same way as interfaces in C#. And if that's the case, then yeah, that'll be different. Boxes all objects, even individual bytes. No, C# is completely different from Java. Unfortunately, C# stupidly boxes all objects, even individual bytes. Yeah, it was a pretty whole thing. Actually, we had a whole thing in the early stream where we had a bug that was due to that, where integer was getting boxed from a for loop, and that was having some consequences. So we had to unbox it. And if you guys don't know what boxing is, it's like everything gets allocated to the heap. Like even a simple primitive like an int can get boxed, and then in different scenarios, and that change that's significant consequences. All the C's. I guess like technically C++, and C#. Though I'm not gonna say I know C++. I'm not even gonna say I know C honestly, but I just enjoy working with C and the simplicity of it compared to C++. Yeah. Now same here, Alexander. I honestly prefer C over C++. Like legitimately. Like I have my engine project. I think I'm gonna rewrite it just in C. And just fully commit to it, because it's such a joy. It's such a joy. I love it. I think I love it because I'm the only person developing it. If I had to work with other people in a C project, then I'd probably have some issues. I'd probably start beefing with people. But as far as like solo development is concerned, it's the most joyous language for me to work with. Thank you, Anna. I work with microcontrollers and drivers, so I'm probably an exception. Yeah, I started at Go and moved to C. Interesting. Okay, so you're already in a very Go isn't really. I'm ignorant about Go. I know nothing about it, right? But is it not procedural as well? Is it also like C in that kind of way? Public static state purchase, virtual state. Yeah, I think we're gonna do this thing. So we have the original. We're gonna construct a new one based off of some considerations. Actually, no, we're not gonna do considerations. We're gonna have it's just gonna do the thing stupidly, and then the actual container class is gonna be the guy who enforces it. Who just enforces that we don't do dumb things. So here we're just gonna mutate the. So we're gonna do state equals dot purchase, and then we're providing the original state, and then we're providing the item we want to do the purchase transaction on. And then why is the states thing plural? I'm sorry. 1 second. We have this state struct, which contains the current balance as well as all the item states that exist. Yes. But in here, we have states as a list of the item states, as well as the current balance. So is this struct purely just for messaging to the view? I guess it is. In which case this whole consideration's a mute, because I could just modify the dang thing. Which honestly I actually kind of prefer. That's actually simpler. It just means that I was going down this little mental thought experiment for no reason. I mean, this would have been kind of cool actually if we had state just be made it like this struct value type, and then like we do transformations explicitly during this, but like I guess that's not what we do. I guess that's not what we're just gonna do. Okay, so I guess we're just gonna iterate until we find. Actually, what do we want to do? Oh, the Discord popping off. I had it set to like for 1 hour. So I guess maybe some people joined or something. I'm not sure what's going on in the Discord. Oh, people are showing some stuff. Background instrument to be like, and then it's just fart.mp3. Oh, we have some new people. Lieutenant Witt, I'm assuming that's your name. Welcome. Glad to have you here in the Discord. Sweet. I need to get back to someone before I forget. But yeah, dude, let's go. I need to go back to chat before I forget. That was my Discord. Yeah, sorry guys. I didn't mean to do that to you. I had the thing that the notifications turned off for like an hour. Yeah, my bad. I'm gonna turn it off for another hour. Yes, every C dev has their own dogma. Like some don't like macro processor. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, that's the thing. Like I think I really just want to. I just there's something great about just having the freedom to be like, all right, there's like almost no abstractions, and I'm gonna build the things that make the most sense and feels right to me. Whereas like here and in other places, it's like, okay, I can kind of do that because I'm the person writing all the code, but at the same time, there's some decisions that force upon me that I have to just kind of deal with or work around or just design. And it's, you know, it is what it is. But it just adds that little taste in my mouth of like, yeah, this is not, I don't have control here. I am subject to what Big Brother likes and wants. And if it does not agree with Big Brother, then we don't get to do it. So I can't just do a willy-nilly cast stuff, or I could just do unsafe blocks in C# and say, hey, I'm gonna do that. But that's like so much work just to put the pants on, you know? Like in C, you just have the pants on from the beginning. In C#, it's like, all right, I gotta go across the town, go into the shop, go to the back, grab pants, and now I can stop wearing boxers and have pants and then do the things I want to do. And even then, but it's an option. It's an option. Anyways, maybe it's a hyperbole, but it's how it feels like. Okay, so if it's not equal, we're going to continue. Otherwise, what are we going to do? We have states I, and then what do we have? Gosh, this terminology is so bad because it's kind of weird. It's kind of recursive. But now we're going to say it's equal to purchased because it's no longer. Well, we had available for sale. Yeah, we're moving it from available to sale to purchased. We should probably check. So we checked the balance. We should probably check to make sure that this thing is first First of all, let's just do this. I'm just gonna iterate and find the index of the thing we're looking for. In fact, can I just do this? Can I just define int index? And just have it be oh, this is gonna be 1 over though, right? No, it is. Am I overthinking this? I want to try something I haven't tried before. I feel like that's so much of programming, is doing the same thing but new in different ways and then seeing what you learn from it. Anyways, if it's the same, I want to break. We're not gonna have to assign anything because we already have this value captured here. So I can just do index dot state equals and then assign values there. Though this is not happy. And why are you not happy? Because probably you can't. What's going on here? Oh, okay, so this is a struct member thing. Because this is, yeah, a struct course, which has a reference to items, but this thing we can't just assign. We have to like create a new thing, a new instance with the value we want to have instead. Oh, brother. But I still like the enforcement of this being a value type, so what do? We can just do the tried and true static thing. Or maybe not even a static function, like literally just use item state and just update, and then the only thing we update should only ever be state. And then we just set everything. Item equals. I mean, item. This is kind of weird, actually. But this is like this dot item. Yeah, it's redundant, but I can see how that's gonna might confuse me later on. And the state's gonna be equal to new state. And then now the syntax would be like, oh, this is gross. I don't like this actually. Because then it's going to have to be this dot update. Wait, what? Okay, yeah. It's up in there. Yeah, okay. And now we're no longer modifying this. And actually it's going to be a wholesale mod. Okay, so maybe it's not as bad actually. Maybe it's not as bad as I would have thought. I mean, not the most simplest, but hey, it's not bad. I think if I want to be extra, we could just like save this state like into save this in a variable because it's gonna be a reference anyways, and we could just do the kind of modification there. But it's fine. I think it's fine. And then we can do the additional check here of like, hey, if this is not available for purchase, or like if it's locked, really. Actually, if it's not yeah, if like this value is not available for sale. If it's not, we also just return false. I should really just cache this state because we're repeating this a bunch. Whatever. Let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. It's so calm, I love it. The cozy, what do you mean cozy filter? I mean, like the, I mean, this stuff is real. As far as color grading is concerned, though, it's, I like it. There's a loot I use. I need to find it, but it's a free loot you can find online, and I apply it, and then I use it on my DSLR camera. And I do some extra color contrast stuff to kind of make it low relief, low contrast. C++, sadly not. Oh, I hated sharing build servers. Yep. It needs value. Yep. No. Jesse's time to cook. No, we're just coding. We're just coding. Yeah, what's going on, Osti? To index counts, return in case that item isn't found. Yeah, there's a case for that. For if it's not found, but I think we should live dangerously. I think we should just throw and just accidentally index out of it. Actually, no, that wouldn't. It would just modify the initial value, and we're overriding the value. You know what we should do? No, but we want to have this be in this. I mean, it can be even fun. We can do this, but that's not. I want this to be an initially bad value, but yeah, whatever. We're gonna figure out how this works. Yeah, I guess we do need to cover that case. So there's like an item somehow that exists where it's like it's outside of the range. I guess it'd be like index equals. Actually, how would I cover that? If we're doing this, it's gonna be, and this is never reached, then it's gonna equal to count eventually, which is an invalid value range, and then. So I'm assuming this is like, hey, your index value was never found, so yeah, get out of here. And then we do true. We set this state to be changed. We do current balance minus equals item dot price, and that's just how things work. We also have to display cost as well, so that's a whole set of things we're gonna have to communicate. And then we need a signal that things have changed as well as far as the shop UI is concerned. So we need to do the command. We have like what? We have our message broker, right? I could do the thing I did in the bike stuff where we have, instead of having these properties be regular properties or regular fields, we can actually make them be things that emit events every time they're changed or modified. So like, where is it? Why is this class always perplexing me? Here we go. So like current balance, instead of doing this, you can make it like a setter, have it a setter and getter, where every time you set the value, it emits some kind of event. Like that'd be kind of cool, actually. Yeah, it's a CRT. Yeah, there we go. Equals count. Yep. VHS vibes. We do have a VHS player. Would be fun to try it out. I actually have a thing. I have a VHS in there that I don't know. Like it just came with the thing, and I don't know nothing about it. I thought it was like some kind of movie, but when I pressed play one time, it was like during like this like this undressing scene, and I was like, okay, maybe this is a scene from a movie, or maybe this is something else. I'm not gonna find out. And I stopped watching the VHS, and it just sits there, and I'm like, all right, we're just. Eventually, I'm gonna go out, and we're gonna get some real. I don't know, maybe get some Dragon Ball Z something, or actually, what's nostalgic for me is Matilda. I would need to get a Matilda VHS tape, and that's gonna be like perfect. Like that's. Matilda's my favorite movie, dude. Every time I watch it, it makes me cry, dude. Like I'm not a big crier, but oh my goodness, dude, the movie just gets me how I feel every single time. It's just it's Matilda's peak, dude. It's peak. It's peak, man. Oh man. Okay, so we have, I think everything is. Oh yeah, we're gonna do the message broker thing. I don't know. We're not gonna over-engineer this. It's fine. We don't have to make this whole reactive property thing, or invent our own reactive property. We can just do the thing where we say, hey, we're just gonna emit an event. I think I have broker here somewhere, or message broker. Do I not have any message broker? Wait, do I not have any messages here? Item state. Oh, we just have a simple shop update event. Oh, so I just emit that. And that's going to contain everything, including shop, currency changes, whatnot. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, we can do that. So in this case, we can do... Do we not have a broker, though? That's the thing I need to be aware of. I don't think we ever cached that, actually. We have a way for them to pull states directly. That's good. But I don't think we ever cached like a message broker. So let's just do that. That's something we're gonna be doing. Or maybe we just don't. Maybe we just get it directly from the application and say screw it. Yeah, we do that here. We do that here, so we can just do the thing. And I want to try using this new naming convention I have in mind, where for structs that are meant to be messages, we're going to prefix them with an M to specify, hey, this is a struct that's meant to be a message sent across the application. And that way it makes it easier for me to kind of just shop update event, and then we can just construct the new thing here. And then, do we need to construct a new? Wait. Okay, we have a create function there. I was gonna say, like, there's no way I'm gonna do that. Okay, we need to simplify. We need to change names because this is too confusing even for me. Yeah, this works out. Okay, cool. So now we can publish this, and then if we go to the shop view, there should be a way for us to listen to that, and maybe we were already listening to it. If I pay attention here, we have a broker receive mshop update events. Yes. So any changes to the shop event is gonna modify that. Perfect. And then I think for testing purposes, I need to have a thing to override currency. So, but for right now, we're just gonna be like, hey, we're bougie. I have 100,000 currency. I can afford everything. Let me catch up in chat real quick, guys.
No, it's Rider. I have almost every Disney movie on VHS. I love the nostalgia of it.
Yeah, honestly, and there's something about 4:3 aspect ratios. It just changes the composition. You get like so much more.
Weirdly enough. Yeah, I'm using Rider. At least at a higher refresh rate. No, it's like 60 frames.
It's inferior in terms of frame rates compared to my other monitor, but
it's all good. But I just cannot fathom coding for more than an hour.
you get. It's not that bad. You get used to it. I think if you have a good workflow, you can. You'll be surprised by how much. You'll be surprised how much you don't need a lot of real estate to be productive. Big Monitor wants you to believe you gotta have a 4K monitor working at 144 hertz to be productive, and I'm here to tell you, no, sir. You just gotta have a good workflow, some window management. It's good for the brain. Okay, so let's go down, and I press buy. We're getting some exceptions. And I'm assuming it's because of the indexing thing I'm doing. We're getting an index out of, yeah. Oh, actually, it's happening here. Now that I was not considering. I was not considering that. Now, perchance, why? Why? Oh, perchance, because you're meant to be 3. And this is meant to be 2. Actually, is this? Am I correct in my thought process here? Lock, purchase, equipped, unequipped. 0, 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah. Is it JetBrains? Just Grubbox. I'm just using some Grubbox. Grubbox Dark. Simple one that's just how it's just out the box like that. It's good. Okay, come on. Come on, baby. Yeah, and I cannot equip it. Yep. And it's locked. This one I can buy. I purchase it. I purchase it. Nothing happens. I purchased it. Nothing happens. No exceptions though, but at least this is like indicating things correctly. I'm pressing the buy button and I wish to buy. I wish to buy. Why do you do this to me? Why do you do this to me? I wish to buy and it no lets me buy. Why is this? Okay, actually, I know why that's the case, and it's because I haven't hooked up the logic here. Yeah, we should probably do that. Purchase, try purchase. And then we have, do we have a current item? I don't think we do. Let's add that real quick. Okay, we have our selected item. Now when we do build UI, we have this, we have the type, and then we do this, category items, to list, we build display, and then we have items equal to this, Perfect. And then we have current. No. We have selected item. Yes, is going to be equal to current item dot item. Yes. Precisely what the doctor ordered. And then it's going to be selected item. And now you can purchase it. Beautiful. Beautiful, yes. And then unequipped and equipped. This is actually kind of an odd thing. And honestly, now that I think about it, there's no way to unequipped. Like, in a game like Skyrim, you can either have a watch or you can take your watch off, right? I can just take it off, and this is a valid state of having no watch before I equipped another watch. And I'm just realizing that this does not make sense in this game, because your ship must always have an engine, a hull, a brake, a chip. You should always have one item in the slot. So you should not be able to unequip items. You should only be able to swap them with another item of your choice. So I think I actually just need to completely remove this option. And instead just allow it to be redundant and have it be fine. I get that's just what we need to do. Wow. Wow. Wow, you learned something new. You learned something new, and now we have this, and we just get rid of this state, and then is in use? No. Yes, equipped. What does this mean? This is for unequipping. That's never going to be a case. We just equip, and that's all we do. Yes. This is no longer needed. I mean, it'd be cool to make a function, because I feel like this might be handy to have in other parts of the application, so I'm going to leave this for right now. But this is not required here. And I'm going to comment this out because I'm going to move it over later, because I know we're going to need this later on. Okay, cool. And now that we have this equipped option, we can do application instance vehicle dot, and we could, no, could we do the index? Could we do the indexing thing? I think we can. I think it would be so cool. We can do we don't do? Oh, we don't have assignment though. We didn't implement an assignment operator, did we? For this, I think we only did a getter, not a setter. Yeah, we did this. But now I kind of want to, so why not? I mean, I'm not sure how the syntax is gonna work. I think we have value. I don't actually know how we're gonna do this. And I think I closed the tab in the in here. C# bracket operator or accessor. Yep, that's the one we looked at. Ah, my eyes. Ah, my eyes. And it's going to be inner. Yeah, so the value is what you use to assign to things. Okay, perfect. Sorry about that, guys. Oh, no, got monitor 2 chat rooms? Yeah, we do. You're good, though. Monitor 2 horizontal is always very chill. They use... Yeah, no, I'm aware of that, Alexander. Especially for the tag stuff, I do that a lot. Are you heading out, TST? Yeah, you have a goal, man. Take care. Yeah, I'm being a little bit lame. Usually, actually, what I do is there's this Vim Motion thing to do this, and then, like, this is how I normally would do it, right? Like, if I wanted to do that, I would do that. I just, over here, I was like, I guess I'm just not. I don't know. I initially I wanted to get rid of one line, and then I ended up wanting to comment out the rest of the things. But like usually I do the Vim thing, which works pretty well. White light. Yeah, it hurts my brain. Super not knowing. It's all good, Oregon. We're working on some UI stuff, and right now I'm just making a setter for this particular thing, so that hopefully this just works. I mean, this is kind of unsafe, but who cares? Who cares about safety? This is my code base. We can do stupid things we want to. And we can downcast it. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. We're gonna downcast it, baby. We're downcasting tonight. Do I even have to downcast it? Yeah, I need to downcast explicitly. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I have to do as whole. Whatever. We're gonna do. Oh my goodness. Come on, let's try better. Okay, here we go. In fact, just do this. Oh, it's breaks. Because I like to not be idiomatic sometimes. I mean, not idiomatic. I don't know if that's the right word to use here. Sometimes I just don't like to be consistent. That's a better way to describe this. Okay, now we have our setter and getters. Beautiful. And then we can go to shop view. We can assign this particular value of the instance with this FNF scriptable item. Actually, no, we're gonna with our current. No, not current tab. Selected item. Why are we mad? What's to be angry here? Temporary value. Oh. You're tearing me apart, Lisa. You're tearing me apart. You can't keep doing this to me, man. Okay, we're just gonna say no, screw you. We're just not gonna do a value type thing. We're just gonna do the ding dang thing. We're just gonna assign the thing directly. It's okay, life is fine. I'm probably gonna move into save data itself anyways. So this is just more of a preemptive thing as opposed to a blunder, an architectural blunder. All right, let's see if the UI works. Safety first. No safety. Actually, safety optional. Exactly, Alexander. You get me. A man after my own heart. Actually, no, we're still in all safe C# land, which is tragic. You hate to see it. Oh, you're tearing me apart, Lisa. You're tearing me apart, Lisa. Okay, so this is not working. The purchasing is not working. We are not able to purchase. Oh, is there any... Nope, there's no exceptions happening. So that's even odder. So let's see what's going on here. We purchased it. That's good. Actually, I'm kind of curious. Do we just update display or do we actually build UI when we receive the shop UI? event. Oh, we just set the cache state, but we never actually call anything beyond that. That would be an issue. Let's try build UI. And then I'm assuming that's going to update display. Okay, let's try this again. He will answer in die time. I answered, I said Grubbox, dog. I said it's a Grubbox dark mode. Did you build out a UI system, or are you hard coding these elements as needed? What do you mean by build out a UI system versus hard coding these elements as needed? Oh, what's going on here? Dead to recompile. Alright, let's see this. We call those unexpected features. So many unexpected features in this game, guys. Like not being able to purchase. Okay, hull. Okay, we have something to buy. Okay, that's a different kind of failure. Now we have a null reference exception. That's actually welcome. That means, okay, something's clearly gone wrong. And now we have this handy thing that we can go to specify it. And it's something... What? Wait, what? Wait. I'm sorry, what? Shop view 200. Object not set to reference. So indices is current open tab. Wait a minute. Wait a second. Wait, so we're able to increment on whatever this is, indices.i, which I'm assuming is a array of integers. Yep, and it's an array of integers. Okay, so this is not null. So I'm assuming category items has to be the thing that's null here. You cannot find declaration of category items. That's kind of... Okay, no, you're there. Oh, wait a second. What? I'm sorry, what? Is this... Is this meant to be item states? I'm confused, baffled even. Okay, I know it's why it's null. I know like I know in general this is the issue, right? This is null, it's for this reason, whatever. Right, I get that. What I'm trying to understand is what is the purpose of this variable? Like, what is the intention here? I don't understand my intention. I feel confused, scared even. As a ternary operator like that in GMS and GMS and GameMaker Studio, you can do ternary operators in GameMaker Studio. I loved doing that in GameMaker Studio. Yeah, in GML you can do that. It's not initted. Oh yeah, no, I know. Yeah. So like the NRES from that, I just don't understand what's the purpose of this thing. I probably had something in mind for this. I don't know what it is. So let's just go. Category items. Is this like a? Wait a second. Okay, so okay, yeah. So this is like supposed to be a list of all the items in this category within whatever selected category you have. And then can I just get, is this used for stuff? Yeah, it's used here in build UI. And it's used here for update display. And it's used here for, yeah, moving up and moving down. Okay, this all makes sense to me. Is it really? I'm hoping it's just a matter of it just not knitted. I really hope it's just a case of that. I hope like that's, and then I'll have to like understand what. I think that was meant to be like a. Okay. I remember now. Like this is the categories, right? And it's like the four things are the four categories: hull, engine, brake, and then chips. And then each integer is which index of items are you currently at, so that when you switch between categories, your index, your position remains, so it's not reset back to 0 each time. Okay, I remember that. And then category items is just a list of all the items in that state. Okay, I think this is making sense again. I'm not sure why. Okay. No exceptions, so that's cool, but also purchasing is not causing anything to happen. And that's fine, because that's an empty state anyways. So that's going to throw issues anyways, or cause issues anyways. Okay. Now this is befuddling. Yeah. No exceptions, except for these. That's a known thing. I know why that's the case. So either we're not purchasing a thing, or our hookins are not being called. I'm leaning likely to the idea that we're not purchasing a thing. So let's just test that really quick, which is just assert true. Like, hey, this is true, and I refuse to believe it's not true. So we're just gonna assert this. And then just see if that just works. No, not for 1.4. What do you mean? Not GMS 1.4? I've been using GameMaker since like 8.4. That's wild. Maybe I'm just misremembering. Maybe I'm just crazy. Not crazy, misremembering. Because I've been using ternaries for a long time in C sharps. I've been using C# for so long, and I've been a while since I've used GameMaker. GameMaker ternary operator. Because I remember being like, as soon as I discovered that, going hog wild with it. These are functions, but that's a new thing in GameMaker. That should just be a regular expression you can do. Oh, I wish I had my old GitHub repositories for this stuff, or just I wish I hosted any of this stuff on any repository. Huh. Yeah, because I know there's that big change when they introduced structs and functions and all that kind of stuff, but I could have sworn I was doing stuff with that. Or maybe it came after the struct stuff. Using an assertion correctly. How dare you? Oh my goodness. That... No. What? It's kind of crazy how, like, most of my life, I didn't know. I mean, keep in mind, honestly, I've only known C# for a very brief period of my life in the full context, or maybe not. 4 or 5 years. Yeah, it's like that's a sizable amount. It's like a fifth of my life, I guess. Either way, for a good chunk, I didn't know about assertions. Usually, they just kind of exist in unit test codes, but it's like, hey, now that I know that it exists, I can just kind of do it. So it's not failing the assertion. So that means that no assert's failing. Unless my code didn't compile or didn't update. Team Money, I didn't see you, dude. My bad. Would you ever show off some of your beginner projects? I'm trying to go into security engineering to stop AI from leaking. Let's go. Play video games and want to try making something, or I can find somewhere. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Terrell. Yeah, Newgrounds. You can find all my beginner projects there. Since like my first game I ever published when I was like in high school or something. Not my first game. There's another game, but that was on a freely hosted website, and I think that whole thing went down already. But I think I have it on a drive somewhere for Windows. Let's see here. Okay, no failed assertions, which means the thing is returning true. In fact, even no, it's not gonna work. So let's see. So let's see if we can. You know what? What we can do, instead of having like a lambda operator, we can just have like make a function specifically for I need to do it this way. Also, let's just fix the thing and have this actually initialize the state correctly instead of requiring some kind of interaction to do that. And then we're gonna take all this logic here. Sorry, what is this mess? Thank you. And this is gonna be what? Shop data. I'm sorry, what? What are you listening for? Oh, you're listening for the message. My bad. So this should actually be the message type. Yeah, that's the first one I got wrong. I figured out what this type is called. You are M shop update event. Okay, so we have the cache state, we build the UI, and then yeah, on update made. And we don't need this lambda anymore because this just has the correct signature we're looking for, so that's just great. And then anything else going on here? These are button events for up, down, left, right. Makes sense. Nothing crazy so far. Yeah, we set cache data initially, so that's fine. Okay. Let me catch up real quick on chat. Is that Java, C#? Yep. I'm forced to write absurdly verbose code. No turning your support until GameMaker Studio 2, which I haven't updated to. That's tragic, Inferno. Or Info Disco. That sucks. Also, Mateus, hello from Indonesia. Wow, that's a far ways away from here. Nice to see ya. Making one in Unreal Engine. I don't like Unreal Engine. It's not my engine. Is this current project, how far is it? We're like 2/3 of the way there. I mean, it's day 11 out of 3 weeks, so we're gonna see what happens. Throw a breakpoint. That's a good idea, Alexander. Let's do that. Let's throw a breakpoint in here, which is actually very handy because we already separated this function out. Go in debug mode. Yes. For this session, or honestly for every project, I don't really care. I don't think there's ever that big of a deal when it comes to performance or any of this stuff. Five, and I've been having a problem testing on Android. Oh yeah, it's weird. I still have like a demo project on my phone from when I was trying out Unreal and doing stuff in Android. It was, maybe that wasn't the best project for me to do Unreal stuff in. Yeah, it's not, yeah. Nothing wrong with it. I mean, I'm not indicting the engine. I'm just saying for me and the things I want to do, it's not great for me. It's not a perfect fit, let's say. Okay. Hey, at least it's initialized with the correct state. And then no breakpoint. Is that correct? Doesn't work as advertised? Really? It's not like how Todd Howard said it just works? Even though Todd Howard's not using Unreal 5, at least for now. Maybe is it? I don't know. I'm not sure what Bethesda is doing. I'm not sure what Bethesda is doing, but... Also, what's up, Iman W? Glad to have you here. Make yourself cozy. Yeah, no breakpoint. No breakpoint. It's set, but no breakpoint here. Which means that something has to be happening at shop. Try purchase. We're calling it. But there's something weird going on because it's not like returning. It was returning false, it would trigger the assertion. So it's not, which means it has to be returning true. But if it's returning true, then it means it would have published this message broker update. But if it publishes update, it would be, we would be receiving the update here, and this function would be called triggering a breakpoint. So what's the deal with that? And this is very odd. Very, very odd. It's like a binary scenario. It's like one or the other. So then, like, is my debug mode working? Am I crazy? Am I just a fool? Here to be played by your games? I don't know. be a Sigma, I am Mr. Pickle. That's, in fact, this is like the incentive, is that I get to go back once I finish this game. I get to go back on my own game engine project and enjoy having a tool that's fitted to my hands. Because, like, I mean, day 3, or not day 3, but yet another day where I do this. Let's go. You see how I do stuff on this terminal and how I operate, right? So, like, I want to have UI and level editing tools that are fitted to me, that allows me to just work using Vim Motions. So I have this engine I've been working on, or at least I did a little bit of work on, and I'm going to probably move it over to C at some point and gut more dependencies, where I can just kind of like place and select things and design levels the way I want to, in a way that makes sense. Like, and is fast and easy, because, you know, as a solo developer, you want to have the ability for this stuff. And yeah, it's a little jank right now, but it's like, you get the idea. Like, this is like the thing. This is like the desire to be able to just work like this, and to be able to edit like this, and to place things, and, you know, and modify things in a way that feels right to me and isn't conformed by some idea to appeal to the most common denominator, but instead be like, hey, no, I'm just gonna make the thing that is UX exactly for one person, this guy here, and life is gonna be good. And especially with my split keyboard, it's like, ooh, super beautiful, buttery smooth to access the palette and select different things. But yeah, you get the idea. It's there. There's an idea, there's a vision, there's a goal to get to. But for now, we're in Unity land, because, like it or not, there's quite a lot of tooling here. And it is what it is for now. Yeah, it's beautiful, dude. Vim Motions, Batmaker, it's beautiful. It's exactly what I want. Too, because this is my first. Does Unreal really suck? I mean, for me, I like having my games be very lean. And Unreal, just off the bat, an empty project just has all this extra stuff going on, right? And then, like, one thing I like doing is making builds for WebGL, because I like publishing in Newgrounds and stuff like that. And, like, Unreal doesn't really have WebGL export support. You can find a way to add it, but then your exports tend to be pretty bulky, and, like, it's very easy to kind of rub up against site limits, which sucks. And then, you know, I'd just rather have the thing, and then, you know, like, you have to, Unreal has this architecture already built out for you. And I prefer just architecting how my application logic and everything's going to work. And not even application logic, but just like for the full beef of it. I like having the freedom to kind of architect all elements of it. And, you know, you're kind of forced to do things their way, which is fine if that's the way if you don't want to deal with that stuff. But for me, I prefer having control over all this stuff. So that's why it just doesn't work for me. So I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just the intersection of my desires and what it offers is just not there. Between layers, etc. Well, there's like the control. There's like, it's 3D, so I just do control and HJKL, and that's how I switch between forward and backwards and placing things. But yeah, so we have we have a sneaky weird bug, and I'm not sure who to trust here. If it's my IDE that's lying to me, if it's, in fact, we're gonna just cover ourselves. We're gonna just do like multiple coverages here. Update. And you know what? Where is this assert? Yeah, you're asserting, but I don't trust you either. So we're just gonna do this instead. Okay. Result. And then, okay, cool. Yeah, we're good there. Yeah, I noticed that it's after an assertion, so it would be kind of redundant. Okay. And you know what, honestly, there's also it's a possibility. You know what's a possibility that's probably going on is that there's also the option of it just not being set to that state. Like something that's purchasable is not necessarily going to be there. It might be like yeah, this is what value? I never specified. I mean, it should be like this order, but like as far as selection states go, if I were to go to the logic where this is handled, yeah, we never set this stuff actually. So we never do like current. Oh my goodness, this is probably what's going on. Selection state. Like we have the representation correct, but we're not actually assigning stuff here. Oh my goodness, all this logging and breakpoints, it was futile because we're never going to that branch in the first place. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we have the action indicator here, but we're not using this. I mean, it's probably could have done something like this too, but let's just be explicit about what we want to do. And then if it's purchased, we do nothing, or we do equipped. That probably is the issue here. Oh my goodness. Olivier, glad to have you here. Day 11, which is crazy when we think about how much has been done. Yeah, we've done a lot, dude. It's been a while. Third of the way there, and we're completing the game loop. That's a first for me. Hey, we trigger the break loop. Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then it's equipped now. Beautiful. You love to see it. Let's quit debug mode, and then we can go here. Beautiful, dude. Beautiful. And now this show, all these are all green. It shows like we can equip them. We should probably have an indicator to show like, hey, you've already equipped it, but this is fine. This is fine. Oh my goodness, dude. This is gonna be a game, brother. This is gonna be a game. This is gonna be a game, dude. Let's add our changes here. Shop actions now work. Berg. Oh, dude, I'm excited, dude. I spent so much time debugging an issue that I've never actually implemented. Yep, that happens. My favorite's debugging something where you just didn't even call the function. Like the implementation exists, you just never called the function. But that's nice because it's like all right, that's easy to fix. It's just figuring that out.
Lies in the name. Honestly, any setup that allows you to make a map for a game depends on what kind of game it is. A map maker for Doom is not the same as.
Oh yeah, it'd be very dependent. So like the way I'd do it for this game versus like for Messy Mansion, which is a very 3D oriented game. Like I'm still thinking about how I want to make it be Vim motioned out and how I want to interact with it. And there's some things I need to figure out too with the level editor in terms of like modifying object states and stuff like that. And do I even want to do that through the editor if I want to maybe just do it on new class, or is there per object instance stuff I want to modify and how we're going to do the UI for that? There's some stuff I'm considering, but it's already just designing stuff, usually making content so hard for me. But with that Vim thing, I actually genuinely have fun. I genuinely have fun like building out the level. So it's something I need to pursue, and I think I'm just going to be super joyful to do that. If you're writing how the GPU calls should be made, it's also very different. All right, we've got some stuff done. I'm actually super happy about this. This is pivotal, very pivotal. I think I kind of want to look at this hermetic thing, like even just a little bit, like just a precursor, even like a little hors d'oeuvre of graphing this in like a fragment shader. Like I have an idea, but usually my ideas are not always as simple as they may seem. It's either like two extremes. It's either what I have in mind is exactly how it is and it's even easier and we just implement it like that, or the thing I have in mind is actually vastly more complicated. Usually that's not happen. Usually it's like one thing that just kills me, like the cylinder thing. That still bothers me. I might just get rid of that just because I can't figure that one out. Or at least I haven't looked into it yet, but we'll see. Garage View, UniRX. So we have the home. We have this. Yeah, I think I want to try. Ooh. I mean, let me look at this real quick. Let's look at this. Hermetic Bezier function. Where's the function? I think there's someone who made like a very simple expression, like a single function expression of this. That could just clunk into Unity. Or I think like they're saying like, hey, get Unity animation curve to analytical function, or just to function. Like create some kind of explicit function given the normals for your frames. Yeah, because we're using animation curves for all the engine acceleration profiles. I need to find it. There's like a thing I had. Okay, maybe we don't do it now because I need to find the function somewhere. It's a great tattoo idea. Not all vertex on a block in Minecraft are generated, only the visible ones facing. Oh yeah, because you're trying to mitigate backface culling and all that other stuff. There's actually a really cool video about the different levels of optimizations for a voxel engine someone was doing. Day 11. Oh yeah. Discord's coming along. okay stuff here. I think I want to do a segment at some point on the channel, like either at the top of streams or at the end of streams, where we just show some cool stuff you guys are working on. Because there's been some really cool stuff in the Discord. Like what was it? Is that stuff from Kazu? I was like, that's looking super clean. His oh wait, what's going on here? That's pretty sick. That's pretty sick, Morgan. That's awesome. You posted a bunch of good React images in here, Terrell. Like a while ago. I need to find them. But where is it? Yeah, this video. Like this goes crazy, man. This goes crazy. I think there's some other screenshots from stuff Rico was doing a long time ago too, which is pretty sick. Of course, gotta dig Melon's work. Melon digging. I'm digging the environments. They got a somewhat liminal vibe to it, but it's very peaceful. All right. Anyways, why was I doing this? Because I was the function. I'm gonna look at that later. We'll look at the function later. We'll do the shader later. That's gonna be my treat to myself. What else needs to be displayed? We need to display currency. That's easy to do. That's just a texture. And then I really want to do the localization thing. I really want to do that like that translation or localization data bank thing, and then have text be derived from that. I had an implementation of that, but I don't like it. So I think I'm going to change this localizable text thing to be done a little differently. Where we have a centralized CSV file, something very simple that's easy to hand out to people to like fill out. And then query it based off of like an index or an ID or something. Like, I think making localization stuff isn't that crazy to architect. I just haven't done it yet, but I have a solution in my mind for how to go about it. It's just a matter of doing it. View, icon, action, name, description. Yeah, so we have to do something else here. We have name, and then we have to do like balance or something. Maybe we should introduce the concept of debt in this game. Like, imagine if like every single run you lose money because you have to pay for your gasoline for each run. So it's like all right, buddy, better hope you make it enough to cover your expenses. Like, a good run is, hey, you broke even. You didn't make profit, you broke even. That's like a good run. A legendary run is you made profits. And like, if you go under, then it's like, all right, well, you got some debt accrued. And then let's start scheduling some. Oh, dude, we can have like so many ideas of this. We can start even introducing things like payday loans in our game. So people are stressed out about debt in real life, they can go into this game and they can worry about fictional debt, because that's going to get their brain completely off of the real debt. I think that's a recipe for success. I think that's just what we got to do. I think the children will love it. I think children will love the game, the Sierra style game over without game over experience that is payday loans. Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like Sierra games, those adventure games where you can play through 99% of the game, but then you get stuck because it turns out, oh, you're supposed to pick up this one particular object at the very start of the game, and the fact that you didn't do that completely screwed you. So if you want to change that and beat the game, you have to actually restart your save. I'll just restart from the very beginning to try to do the correct thing this time around. Yeah, I can introduce that idea, but instead through financial mechanisms like payday loans. Have a localization feature? Yeah, I'm not going to use it though. And there's more like right-left writing has different GUI considerations. Yeah, that's why so here's the thing. We just get the UI functional right now. But I really want to, because I was considering this from another project, but I also want to write my own like text display thing instead of using TextMesh Pros. That way I can have like a bitmap typography. And that way, like given whatever localization that exists, I can just make the specific text that's needed for it, for the characters. Or source it separately, but like there's a lot more freedom you have by having that, and as a consequence too, like I know like TM Pro you can also have images and some other formatting stuff, but with my own Atlas parsing thing, I can have some more variety, like have single texts that have more than one color applied to it. There's a bunch of other freedoms to it. That's a big if for me. Like that might be a version 2 thing of this game or next update thing. But I really want to do that. I really want to place my TextMesh Pro with my own text thing. Children love generational debt. Exactly, dude. You got to prep the children for their future, all right? That's what games are. Like, I don't necessarily agree with it, but I know like evolutionary psychologists say like, oh yeah, we like games because it allows us to. I agree with the idea of like, hey, yeah, we like games because it's a way of playing with the idea of the future and circumstances you might encounter. And it's like, oh, that's exactly what we're doing here. Except it's not just a potential future; it's the inevitable future. Oh man. No, we're not gonna make the Doomer game. We're not gonna make a Doomer game. The kids will love it. The kids will love the Doomer game. I swear, just sell it. Just send it. Alright, anyways. So we have this kind of working already. And we're adding a balance view. So you can see how much coinage you have to work with here. So we have to add a new view assets, which is just another TM text. Like honestly, I almost feel tempted to write a class that extends TMP text so that when I eventually do my rework, none of the APIs to text UI text gets broken. And instead I just do this bait and switch of like, hey, I know it's using my own sprite thing, sprite-based text rendering thing instead. Honestly, I should just do that. Just make a class, extend TMP text, and then like, sure, I can use these APIs for right now just to get the ball rolling, but then I can swap out the implementation under the hood whenever I get to it. And then even then, if I start using that, I can even start including my localizable text hookins to that too. So it's like having my own central thing for the text. It just has so many benefits to it already. Oh my goodness, actually. Maybe I should just do that right now. Maybe I should just do that right now. That sounds alluring, actually. That sounds genuine. I'm just going to do that. Utilities, I don't know, I guess UI will make a thing for this. Folder, UI. and then CC text. And then I can go in here and I can just be like, hey, CC text just extends from TMP underscore text. And then I can just like do stuff, dude. Like I can, when it comes time, I can just rip this out and just make it. Oh, dude, we can do it. Yes, Poe's Law. Why doesn't everyone love chess if it's about seeing the future? Nearly endless futures there. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot. The combinatoric explosion is kind of insane. I don't know. It just doesn't call my attention. I mean, it's infinite possibilities, but it's also within a finite domain. It's like the same way how, between 0 and 1, there's infinite value ranges, but you're still bound between 0 and 1. Like chess is the same thing, or any other game really. There's a finite domain. There's a finite domain and range for the possibility. Like it could be combinatorically infinite, but there's still a defined boundary for what this problem space is modeling. And some problem spaces are interesting to some people, and some problem spaces are not interesting to other people, and that's fine. But yeah. With Ryder, do not fall for the trap of abstracting early. It's an anti-pattern for a reason. No, my guy, I'm falling for it. Because then I can just rip out this abstraction. I can just rip it out, and I can just add the thing I want later on. This is what I want. I just want to have centralized control for when I eventually do get rid of the thing. I think this makes sense. I think this is a perfectly acceptable usage of this. So I already know I'm going to have to do this stuff anyways. I'd rather just have this be centralized in one area. And if I end up nixing it, great. If I end up don't, alright, whatever, it's fine. But I think this is going to be great. I think it's just going to be grand. I think it's going to be fantastic. And nothing wrong is going to happen from this. CC text. No compile errors. And I think even my references in editor should be fine. What's up, Savage? Think of Davy Jones falling into the whirlpool. VS26 Insider? What? How to make an AI chess computer would be fun. That sounds pretty crazy. Sounds pretty cool. Alright. Is my view still intact after this little change, this little frolic? Nope, it's broken. Okay, so we gotta reconnect them. So what do we need to do? Name goes in a name hole. I'm sorry, I said name goes in a name hole. Oh. Yeah, I kind of didn't think about that through all the way because I just realized this is gonna I have to I haven't added anything here, but yeah, it's gonna break these things. Yeah. So it's not gonna be happy about that. So maybe it's not as painless as I would have thought, because it means that every single instance of this, if I end up I don't know. I think it's fine. We're just gonna steamroll ahead, and it's gonna be great. And then when it comes time to rip out, I'll just have to mimic the API so that all my usages don't get broken. What are we doing, James? We're doing some UI stuff. And then graph is fine. Shot view. Name, and then balance, and then description. Beautiful. As instead of studying for my last exam, Mr. Picklebean. That's tragic, brother. I mean, I'm not sure if it's relevant. It's probably not relevant to your exam at all. But hey, man, at least I don't know, man. Hopefully watching someone dev, it'll be encouraging for you to just lock into your exam and be like, hey, if I don't study hard enough, this could be me one day. Like this is the cautionary tale. If I don't get an A in this exam, this could be me right now. What's up, Pajit? Told you, cough. No, Alexander, it's not told you yet. We haven't seen it yet. It just means that they get rid of components, but I can just do that right now. For that boating exam. All right. Let's just see if this works. Okay, I'm not feeling the vision I actually had here. This is not working just as intended. This does not indeed work like Tom Howard said. Tom Howard, you said it just works and it didn't work. How could you lie to me, Tom? Tom, how could you lie to me? I did what you said. I inherited from the right components. You told me to inherit from. But no, the things are just not working. They're just broken now. I don't see things. The UI is busted. Everything's broken. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, guys, there's only one option here. And the option is that we're just gonna have to get rid of TechMex Pro and just actually start implementing our sprite-based renderer, ladies and gentlemen. I think that's just what we have to do. I think that's just what the doctor calls for. That's the medicine that's required to fix this. And it's just gonna be great. It's just gonna be beautiful. I think it's just time. We just need to do it anyways, right? Just get that, just start making our own basic sprite render. Oh, this up looks sick. Haven't seen someone code on a CRT in a while. Hey, man, well, here you go, dude. If abstractions come up on my calc exam, I'll be relieved and yet confused. Seen you live a couple times in my feed now. I love the CRC. Thank you, Juan. I'm glad you dig it, dude. Shop UI just have different scene layers. Nah, that's lame though. We're not gonna do that. We want to do something. Nah, just release it on early access. Nah, Alfred. No, we can't just do that, guys. You gotta do it. You gotta get the elbow grease going. All right. This was like kind of a meme. But now I'm like legitimately thinking about this, all right? If we do, like, we're gonna do like what, like OJ's book, right? If I did it, I'm not saying I did it, but if I were to implement our own text rendering thing that's like sprite based, what would we want to have? Well, I'd probably want to have a texture 2D for our sprite atlas. Yeah, font atlas, let's say that. And then, do you actually want to do this stuff, or do I really want to do this? Because I'm already thinking like, oh, we have to do this. We have to have a function for mapping stuff, and like for every localizable text, we're gonna have to have a different mapping for that. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. But that's like what we'd have to do, and then we'd have to have like a material, a public specific material instance. And then we'd have to have like some kind of reference to like a mesh render, which is probably just going to be a quad, but we still need to have it. Guys, I'm not implementing it right now. We're just thinking if I were to implement it, right? If I were to implement our own bitmapped based text renderer, if I were to do it, how might I do it, right? And maybe if I were to do that, we would have like a renderer and then like do a get component of type mesh renderer. That might be something I'd want to do. And you know what? Maybe, just maybe, if we have different alignments in the UI, we don't actually want this to be attached to the game object. We would want to have a child game object of some sort, or maybe just like modify the mesh. But no, we would never do that. We would never make like a private transform child object or a mesh container. We'd never do that. Yeah, we'd never do this. Never do this. And then you probably wouldn't have like some kind of function to kind of map a you wouldn't have a function to like take in a character and map that character to a coordinate on your on your sprite atlas. You wouldn't do that, right? You wouldn't do that. I'm currently watching this video. Yeah. Shop UI. Talking to a dev while they were working on it way too fun for my productivity's sake. I'm glad I don't work in a team. Yeah, work on it. Communication's always the biggest boundary. It's the biggest cost center for deving. Throw new not implemented exception. Okay, we're not actually gonna do this. I'm half joshing around, but I'm also half kind of serious about this. But this little thing just helps evaluate to understand, like, okay, what are the things we're gonna have to deal with when we get there? Because I think we're gonna do this for that project. I think for this project, we're for sure gonna have to do this. And I think, do I have the localizable text stuff here? No, I have it at the other project. I have to bring it into here, or maybe just write it from scratch. Because it has to be rewritten anyways. Anyways, shop UI. Yeah, we're gonna have to do this anyways too, because what I have in mind for the shop, for the button interface, is not 2D UIs, but instead actually having it be real 3D objects, which means I kind of have to rewrite my either rewrite or make invisible button objects. Either like write my own advanced buttons, or not advanced, my own button component, or just use invisible buttons and trigger real world behaviors with it, but that feels less fun. But that might be the most practical thing to do, so maybe we just do that and say screw it. Anyways, so in the shop view, we had this Albi CC text. I guess we're gonna have to change it back to being TMP underscore text for now. And then one day I'll get to live the dream that I have in mind of a utopia where I can just have text rendered the way I want it to have it rendered. And have it hooked into all my stuff. Oh, okay, no. Nope. Stop. Text Oh, they have a localizable text too. That's funny. There we go.
Let me catch up in chat too. Despite you, he's playing Saints Row. He's going Matt Pat Botic. For the sake of argument. CRT monitor, thank you, Adnan. Be so hard, my guy. It's so much work and not worth it. Plus, you're gonna have to support other fonts and Unicode. It's fine. We'll deal with it. He sees the 2 paths and already did a kickflip down the one with a scary castle. I mean, hey man, it's fine. It is fine. We'll burn that bridge when we get there. It'll be fine. Gotta go study, but in case this becomes useful, Perlin noise is natural randomness. Very useful when you... Oh yeah, definitely. I appreciate it, Mr. Picklebean. Much appreciate. Internal AI helpline to assist you identify a workaround. Yeah, no, I'm good.
No, it's daily driver. I mean, I don't change this. This is my personal PC, and then when I get off work, this is what I use. I do have a laptop when I'm in my bed, but that's like... The audio drivers don't work on it because it's a laptop, and CatchyOS or Arch is just kind of odd with that, with the drivers in it. I need to figure it out at some point, but... Yeah, I mean, this is not a... I work like this. I live like this. This is just how life is. CC text. Name. You have a mesh render attached to you. I think that's fine. Yeah, remove component. The sense of defeat I feel. It's not gonna last forever. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be so fine, dude. It's gonna be so fine. Alright, we have the things back. We can throw back the references. Description. Name. Balance. Yeah, we're good. Okay. So. Alright, we're just gonna see if the balance works. I think that was the whole thing here, right? This started from the balance. Seeing the text displays correctly there. Yeah, we'll just save this and run it. What's for dinner? Wait, what's going on? Have a great stream. Thank you, man. I just don't speak that language. It's all good, dude. Thanks, Alan Janet. I appreciate that. At a non-development pedantic enough to be off-putting like Primogen. Pedantic. I used to watch a Primogen a long time ago, and I just kind of fell off of him. And he hasn't like popped up much. I think the only people sometimes I watch is like Casey Moratori and some Jonathan Blow stuff. But even then, I kind of find, I don't know. It's like I feel like there's like I don't know. I mean, it's cool to hear people who are very knowledgeable, and then if you're looking for like educational content, it's nice to kind of dive deep into it. But then there's like some things where it's like, okay, this feels much more just focused on like some ideology. Oh my, look at the text. And sometimes like I agree with it, but it's like I'd rather just be working on I'd rather just be working on something right now. I think that's why I find myself in the position of it. I just want to just get some work done, dude. and then see. Okay, let's see here what we got going on here. So we have. What is going on here? Why is the text so tiny? When did this happen? Who did this to you? Yeah, I didn't do anything traumatic. I just kind of, ripped out your component and then re-added you, but like that's fine. Like, why are you being such a little weenie about just having your entire existence to be dematerialized and then rematerialized out of nowhere? Like, don't be such a narc, dog. Just scale, width, height. Okay. Wait, is it getting... Okay, I was gonna say. Okay. $300. Okay, that seems reasonable enough to me. We'll just do another 300. No, that does not feel reasonable at all. There's something clearly going wrong here. I just don't understand it. So we're just gonna say, hey, 300 number goes burr. 300 number goes burr, and that's just gonna be good enough for us until we figure out what the actual root cause of this problem is. Okay, so we can press play, see what happens, and then go from there. Is my watch breaking? Oh, no, it's not. Okay, later we're gonna press play, and then things look correct. And then we never update the value here, do we? No, we don't, because we're a fool. A darn fool. Wait. Do I have 2 instances of Rider open right now? Wait, what? When did this happen? Okay. I guess we're just gonna ignore that. Shop view. I'm gonna hold myself. We're just gonna, this project, we're not gonna do the bitmap thing. We're not gonna. I want to so badly. I so badly want to. I almost feel, it sounds like a jerk thing, but I'm like, you know what? We're not gonna provide localization for any language that doesn't use the alphanumeric stuff, like the English characters. We're just gonna hard code this just for this, and then eventually I'll pay someone to be like, all right, you're gonna make the type font for like Chinese, and then once you do that, you basically have like 1/3 of Japanese, right? And then you just have to have the hiragana and katakana, and life's good. Where do we update this? Update it. Let me catch up in chat too. My bad, guys. 1 second. Yeah, it's super small. Then it's fine. So says my therapist. That's how my therapist. Windows XP, Quake 3 Arena, Pentium D. Neil, I don't understand everything you're saying, but I'm seeing some Windows XP. So we're not using Windows, we're using Linux. Quake 3 Arena, I've never played Quake, but I probably should. It seems pretty fun and cool, and I like shooters like that, so maybe I should just do that. What is going on? Update display. Okay, yeah, this is where we do the stuff. So we have the item icons, we have this, and then we have to have balance dot text equals, and then we want to do, what do we want to do? Cached state, current balance, toString. That's fine enough. Description, state. Okay, this seems fine to me. We're gonna have to use this at some level. I want to do something with this. I want to do something with this. Like we have to have some indicator, be like, hey, this is already being used. Like maybe have like a off or semi-off or semi-transparent thing. I don't know. Something like that. Okay, so at least we have the balance. We also have to have a thing for showing the price of the items as well. So, okay, we're just throwing stuff onto the UI. We're gonna have to. This is gonna be one of those things where we're just putting functionality on the table, and then we're going to have to figure out how to make this presentable at some point. So we'll deal with that later. That's the problem for the future UX UI department, which is non-existent right now, and is also just me. So, but he's a different person. That's a feature me. That's not a. Yeah, that's not a real person. That's not me currently. Okay, so we have cost. And you know what? Maybe we'll do something better than this. Maybe we'll actually format this so we can do like a cost, add this, and then I don't know why the syntax is not happy with multi-lined bracket stuff. I don't know why that's the case, but it's very tragic and sad. So now we have this cost, this formatting, cool, and then we should probably update that as well. So we have, where is it? Balance, and now we have to have item cost. And then when we build the UI, what do? We do something. We do action indicator. Yeah, this is where we do stuff here. We do something here. So we can do description text. Yeah, up here. Item cost dot text equals. Oh, this is the balance. Okay, so it's very similar. It's just that now we have this one, and then instead of cache state, we're going to be doing selected item dot price. Okay, and then you can press play, and let's see if this works. Let's see what's going on here. He's telling you about his monitor. Oh, that's pretty sick. Okay. Wait. You're saying he's telling me about his monitor. I don't know what kind of monitor. He said Pentium D. Oh no, LGA 775. Lots on more corn pieces. What's going on here? I mean, they know it's more of a confession or a conversation piece. Whoa, what's going on? It's when they're placed on the table. On the table. Alright, so we have this. Re-import. My beloved, we're not forgetting you, CC Text. We'll come back to you. The Cozy Cabin text component will return, and it'll be beautiful and splendid, and oh so lovely. Just secretly add taxes post purchase, but make the end user figure. I don't really tell them what you're. Oh my, that'll be so. Oh, dude, I wish we could have like. Because we have the game where you're traveling, right? But then you always come back home. It would be kind of cool if you actually stop at your destinations and then you see like the local tax rates, like the changes for that. Like you're not going to tell them. They're just going to feel like, why does this item cost more here than there? Like I think to do that, we'd have to have more consumables or just consumables in general in our game. But I think that'd be hilarious. I think that'd actually be so hilarious because then as they go to their consumables, like honestly, like gas, if we add gas as like a thing, or oil or something, or headlight fluid, it would be just so funny if that really, why is it different? Am I being taxed? Like, oh man, that would be hilarious. Gosh, I want to get this game done in 3 weeks, but at the same time, I just kind of want to turn this in more and more into a weird real life simulator. I have another game idea I came up with on the drive from home that I kind of want to implement as well at some point. Not here, it is a separate game. Okay, Unity. So here's the thing. Here's a cool feature of using Unity on Linux. And it does this really cool feature where it makes you think you're crazy and gaslights you, because you look at this component shop view, and I'm scrolling up and down, and you see, oh, there's only asset references and then this header, and you think that's the only variables that exist here. But here's the cool thing. If I were to click here and then go back here, you're gonna see, oh, just kidding, I'm crazy. No, this always been here. What are you talking about? There's always been these view assets here. You thought they weren't there the entire time? Guy, you sound crazy. You sound frankly crazy and insane. You need to take your medications, okay? Because that is crazy talk. They've been here the entire time. Now, if you let what you see dictate what you believe is reality, then you'll go crazy working in Unity on Linux. But here's the thing. If you're so confident in your own understanding of reality, then A, you're impervious to this. But B, this is going to condition you into having absolute faith in your perception of the world. So that when you go out into the world and people say, hey, your fly's down, I just say, nah, I'm not crazy. My fly is not down. Anyways, so yeah, that's how you get added to the list, the section, the sex offender list in the US. Oh man. Anyways, so we set our references, we save, we press play, and oh man, love how Unity does that. And then we have our cost per item. They're all 10, of course. And then if I were to purchase something like this, hey, now I only have $990. I'm broke. Just make sure it does not blow up my PC. I'll try Alfredo. Yes, headlight fluid. Yep. Consult your regional shaman for that. Hey, bro, do you think you have interest in making Nectaris Military Madness game? I have no idea what those words are. Nectaris, military, and madness. I know what military and madness mean in isolation. I don't know what these things mean together. Deny reality, the best strategy. I think you kind of have to, though, man. I think there's a lot of that. Like, I'm not going to lie. People say, when you learn about programming, they're like, hey, the computer is always right, okay? And you just need to figure out what you're wrong. You're not being specific enough. But I know better now. Now I go, no, that's fundamentally wrong. I'm not wrong. Someone here is lying. Either the computer is lying or someone else is lying. But I am not crazy. So does it let me keep purchasing? It doesn't. Very nice. So we can't just go into debt eventually. This stuff, dude. Does stuff. Okay, our UI is like working, dude. Now we can start actually thinking about beautifying some of this stuff. There's some other things I want to do, like having change how we have the camera controller lerp, or not even lerp, but how we do smoothing functions with it. I have some new ideas for how I want to go about it to make it even better, more better, but I haven't made a solid call yet. But we're gonna get there. Anyways, I think we got a lot done, and then Terrell, your assets, we're gonna be looking at it probably next stream. Now that we have like this functioning, I think we're now at the point where we can start making content and also making the game fun, because that's kind of important. A game should probably be fun, right? We want to have fun games. That's kind of the deal here, the trade offer. I give you a game that's fun, you give me money, particularly or specifically like $1 or something. This is not intended, but it's kind of cool how the stars are almost look like they're warp speed from how fast you're rotating. Yeah, there's a lot of things I need to consider here. I'm also still considering if I want to have like the ability to go backwards, or if we're going to have the ability to slow down or speed up. I don't know, I'm thinking. I don't know, we'll figure it out. I also need to play around with the radius, because now we have this thing where like the radius is, we zoomed out and the radius is bigger, but the player sprite feels small in comparison. I don't know, there's a lot to think about here. Anyways, get status, get add all, get commit. More view shop view changes. Master. Cool. And then gosh, one day, guys, one day I will be able to go back to Rivendun and have the task management application of our dreams. The task management application of our dreams. Where is it? CD. Or can I just do? Yeah. I mean, honestly, I could start even use it. It just means certain things I have to like manually manage, but like maybe I should just start using Rivendun to start managing certain stuff. I need to add the UI though for making a new project. We'll do it eventually. Now add a settings to UI to change fonts inside. No, no, we're not doing. They don't. The people don't deserve that. They don't do. People get to have settings when they deserve it. What is that pillar label? Of that last pillar? Oh, you're talking about in game? Yeah, there's some weird. The main variant actually looks good. Like, it looks good and fine. I don't see anything out of the ordinary. There's two variants that seem odd, and I'm not sure. I probably will follow up with you off stream to get your understanding to know if that's intended or if it's not intended, and what the vision is if it is intended. Where are we? Yeah, we have to do that. With the rider, yes, it is. Sorry. Yeah, it's come quite a bit. It's coming together. It's coming together little by little. So yeah, we have this environment, and then we have this other variant. So we have this is. They're in a sequence of that you sent me. So there's this one. And there's this one here. That's how I see it. And then this one. Yeah, I'm thinking about maybe not doing the quad, but instead doing the cylinder thing. A cylinder with like an inverse Fresnel effect on it to kind of have this atmosphere look that isn't banded. Dude, we have like an application flow. I like this seems so simple, but it's kind of crazy how hard it is to get to a full game loop. It really is. Like it's odd because you can get so wrapped up in the weeds of like I could have spent 10 days working on this, but no, we actually have a closed game loop now, so we can actually start. I don't know. It's kind of a milestone, man. Yeah, and then we have some stuff here. So that's probably what I was gonna follow up with you about at some point. But yeah, we'll get back to that later. What's the game mechanic? You just move. You're trying to get to the end at a certain amount of time, and there's a time bonus. I think there's a time minimum. I think. I don't know. We have to implement that. Right now, there's just the basic movement. We haven't actually done the game mode yet, so there's no end to this beyond just dying. Yeah, I need to play around with this a bit more though. And I think I might move around the player a little bit. Now we're gonna start getting to fine tuning and adjustments, but I need to recheck base pillars. Okay, cool. Should I get like? Do you need to have repo access? Because I'm starting to consider maybe that might be a need for you to see if it works good in Engine, or maybe at least in Unity project. I don't know though. We can talk about this off stream, and we need to start talking about like potentially next round stuff. But I need to finish. I need to start putting more attention to the. Now that we have the shop at least functionally working, I'm gonna start working on the gameplay stuff because that's the thing that's needing actual attention now, that critically needs attention. So we'll deal with that. Oh yeah. Well, anyways, ladies and gentlemen, it's been 4 hours and 51 minutes. It's 12:51 a.m. right now. I need to sleep. I have a good sleep schedule and I really don't want to break it up. I don't know how we're going to deal with this because I actually like getting up early. At the same time, my streams, I end up streaming late. So, I don't know. Maybe I'd stream less frequently. Or, I don't know. We have to figure something out. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, as always, thank you for your company. I appreciate it. It's always nice having you guys here as I work, and hopefully you got something from it, even if it's just some entertainment or chill environment. And, yeah, as always, thank you for the company. Join the Discord if you want to follow and see some more stuff. Or just, ask more questions over there. And, yeah. God bless and stay cozy. Till next time. Ta-ta. Okay. I can't find the UI. It's my monitor's being weird on OBS, so here we go. Now we're